Hello, this is the test. Okay, perfect. Yes.
Yes.
Ilé tí o bá tẹ̀.
Sound check 1 2. 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 Two.
Good morning. Good morning.
there will be a public vote. Yeah. So at the end of the presentations, that goes also an award to the number one public voted company. 12 of the companies today, they will be invited, so they receive an award. They will receive an award with being invited to Switzerland for end of May, meeting their peers of the business fields, also getting exposed to the innovation landscape of Switzerland, and then of course also allowing Swiss companies to get to know more about the Nigerian landscape, South African landscape, Rwandan landscape in innovation. So it's really the mutual benefit that we have in mind and before our eyes. So let me again thank you for having us here. It's really an honor and a pleasure. And again, speaking and presenting today in this so high level meeting, it's really an honor for all of us. And with this, I give back to our MC. And Michael, thank you very much, really, for being here today. It's a pleasure for us that you lead us through this day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eric Tyler. Quickly, would like to recognize the presence of Professor Arulogun, Director, Entrepreneurship Center, University of Ibadan. Please kindly wave. Oh, thank you. The Consul General of Switzerland in Lagos, Frank Eggman, is also here. Please let's put our hands together for him. I will continue with recognitions much later because of time. Quickly, for few remarks, we'll welcome the Director, Entrepreneurship Center, Professor Sunday at DBC. Please a round of applause for him one more time.
Thank you very much. And not to waste our time, so I want to stand on the already established protocol. But I say thank you, Madam Vice Chancellor, for giving us this time, and Eric Eggman for being here. Thank you very much. And my friend, my colleague from Ibadan, Professor Arulogun, for allowing University of Lagos to host every one of us. Thank you very much. All right, nothing much to say, but to say, well, University of Lagos, we've taken the decision to see, like the Vice Chancellor said this morning, how we can support the youth to thrive, how we can support the nation to get out of economic quagmire by ensuring the fact that we build a youth that is more than 65% of the population of Nigeria. And that is what the university has been doing in the last 5 years, which I think equally made Switzerland to connect with what we're doing so that we can come and build the future of the 20 youth from Africa that will be patient today so that their life can be better, their startup can grow to scale, and investor can come in, to put in, our money into them, and we can grow as many empires as possible in Africa. We thank you, Switzerland, for this wonderful program. We know that you are an enterprise nation by the virtue of your ranking in the entrepreneurship, monitor in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship. You are within the first 5 in the world. And doing this beyond your shore is a very good one. And we welcome you to Nigeria. And I believe that you're going to enjoy this environment. Nigeria is a fantastic place. University of Lagos is the university of first choice and the nation's pride. We want you to explore our lagoon front. We want you to explore everything in this place. We welcome you for bigger, better collaboration beyond what we're doing now. Our engineering, medicine, entrepreneurship, technology, we are huge in that, and we welcome you to do more with us beyond what we're doing today. I will just stop there to say that we're going to have fantastic experience. I welcome everyone, the faculty member, the student, and some of our startup who made it to this place because you have won in one program or the other. We're exposing you to international opportunity. And I want you to make friends. You've been invited into this place, to network, to make friends, and to go beyond, to push your boundary. So thank you very much for being here. And thank you, Switzerland, for doing this with us. Thank you, University of Ibadan, because we're doing this together as the 2 giant institutions in Nigeria. And I thank you, Vice Chancellor, once again for hosting all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director, Entrepreneurship Center, Professor Sunday at DBC. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for me to invite the #1 citizen of this great university to officially declare this event open. Join me as I put our hands together for the 13th Vice Chancellor, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, FAS.
Thank you very much. Let me use this occasion to welcome His Excellency, my dear friend, Frank Eggman, the Consular General of Switzerland, once again to University of Lagos. And to welcome Eric, the Senior Manager Global Partnership from the University of Basel, here as well. And I'm sure I can't go around all the names, but I want to welcome each and every one of you here to the University of Lagos, whether it's your first time or your second time, or you've been here many times. Welcome again. We're always happy to have you with us. One of the things that, as the University of Lagos, that we like to pride ourselves on is that we're very youth-focused and we're very student-centered. We take our job very seriously, recognizing the population of Nigeria. Africa is said to have 1 billion plus population, 70% of them below the age of 35. And so you can imagine why COVID didn't give us too much of a problem. We were young, but I want to thank the Swiss Manager Networks and the Swiss Manager Networks and Global Partnerships, Mr. Eric Thaler, and the rest of the team for coming here to Nigeria to start what the networks you've already been doing in other places. And I think it's very fitting that you're here. Nigeria, with its population of about 226 million people, has 70% of them below the age of 30. That's 158 million people below age of 30. This is bigger than most countries in the world. And between the ages of 15 and 30, we have another 89 million. It's about 38%. And these 89 million, again, is bigger than many countries in the world. And these people, if they're not in school, require a job, and the jobs are not there. And so one of the things that we're focused on is how do we empower and enable our youth to fend for themselves, to start businesses, and if they're not starting, to be valuable members of already established companies. In other words, students and young people that add value. And it's a mindset. So we are very focused on building that mindset. Of course, we're young, and so we can learn from those who have done it before. And we hope that part of what we're doing here is also learning, in addition to having these competitions, but we're also showcasing the young people that we have on the continent. And you have to admit it, that Africa is full of young, vibrant, very innovative and talented young people. What they need is opportunity. And that opportunity is what I believe that we owe them and we owe the world. We have a perspective that the world hasn't seen, but are beginning to see it. You can see it from our creative industry. The creatives are projecting Africa and projecting who we are. You can see it from our music, from our dance, but that's not all that there is to us. We're extremely creative. We are a continent that has a lot of challenges. One of our major challenges is not overcoming our challenges. It's actually developing those challenges, recognizing that our creativity in solving our problems is worth sharing and is worth developing. Some of the things that hold us back is not the absence of creativity or the absence of, will. Sometimes it has to do with governance, the absence of the policies that will take our creativity to scale and to market. Those are some of the gaps that we have. And those are some of the gaps that we're facing and working on. So as we work with the youth, we're also trying to work with government to see how they can create the enabling environment that will allow our youth to shine. But they're shining anyway, despite us. And we know we can make it easier. So we at the University of Lagos produce an average of about 10,000 students, graduates every year, and they must into the work pool. And so we are very conscious that they must become independent, and they must be able to create jobs. We don't want job seekers. We want people who have, who create jobs. And most of the jobs that help in development are small and medium income small and medium scale companies. And they're the ones that work. And we know that about 85% of those small industries in Nigeria are by the youth and women. So these are areas that we need to focus and help to grow. We have on the campus developed a number of, to build our own ecosystems. And on the campus today, we have about 5 incubation hubs. And we're going to have another one on sustainable energy in collaboration with Sahara Energies. So we are also launching our program, the EBIC program, which is called the Entrepreneurship Innovation. I always forget this name. It's a very long name. Business Incubation Program. Yes, Entrepreneurship Innovation Business Incubation Program. And the whole purpose of this is that every University of Lagos student will leave with a certificate in entrepreneurship. And there are grades to that. All of them will have the fundamentals by the time they're in year 3. But those who go on to have companies, or if those companies go on to be funded, or who go on to scale, will get things like platinum, gold, and so on. So we're going to be really pushing this and encouraging them to do better and for them to go to scale. So keep your eye on University of Lagos. In the next 5 to 10 years, you should be hearing good things coming out of here. We have also successfully organized many teaching events, and we seed fund our students. And to seed fund them, we're collaborating with the Bank of Industry, who gives seed funds for any of the successful startups. We have also got our business innovation and talent expression targeted at all the student populace to support startup creation. And it is funded by one of our local foundations, the Oladile Fajemeroko Foundation. And we have had about 600 startups participating in what we call BITE, Business Innovation and Talent Expression. The Business Startup Grant for engineering students is also aimed to encourage innovation and the creation of real problem-solving tools and equipment in the Faculty of Engineering. Has been funded by another of our local companies, and I think it's by an alumni called Expanso. They have supported about 50 students. Then we have our transnational entrepreneurship program, which provides opportunities for some of our students to engage with their counterparts from the University of Iowa and Sudeco University in Senegal. And they co-create solutions to problems in Africa. And we have all sorts. I also want to especially recognize one of our students who, during his 5th year, started an app called Student Paddy. Stand up, praise Okafor. And he's already got funding for this, and it is registered in the US, is it? Yeah. So we encourage this, and we encourage people like him to mentor students behind him. So I'm not going to talk too much. I'm just going to let you all do the business that you do. We have exposed our students to lots of competitions, and they've been doing very well. I think the last one was in January, when 6 of our student entrepreneurs were in Kigali, Rwanda, to participate in the Carnegie Mellon University African Innovation Summit, where they won and made the 3 finalists in the 3 final teams of the Innovation Challenge, which comprised of 16 universities from 19 countries in Africa. Similarly, our students have competed in the CFA Equity Research Challenge, which again of 24 universities, and Nigeria won and will be representing Nigeria in the Global Challenge, and so on and so forth. So we're very purposefully building our graduates, but more importantly, we want to do this in collaboration across Africa. We're also very purposeful in increasing our collaboration across Africa. We believe that if Africa is going to go forward, we must do it together. We have shared experiences, we have shared problems, and I think putting our heads together and overlooking all the barriers, we will get there. We will be the #1 continent in the world. That I believe. So to all the students here, this is your opportunity. I encourage you all to make the most of it. To the Switzerland government, to the University of Basel, we're very grateful for considering University of Lagos as the venue for this conference. You must be ready to be treated to our exquisite cuisine, very spicy. And I can assure you there'll be no dull moment for you as you stay with us in Lagos during this time. So take time to explore Lagos. It's a cultural center. It's all sorts are happening. Good food, good people, good dance, good art. So enjoy yourselves while you're here. Don't stay too long. Don't let them hold you too much here. So have a great time while you're here. And on that note, I declare this conference open. Thank you.
Thank you. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Folashade Ogoshola, OONFAS. Can we give her another round of applause, please? It is important for me to say this. When we were having the online meetings for this conference, I listened to all the discussions, and one thing actually got my attention, having this in the University of Lagos. I heard when the Vice Chancellor said, "You're welcome to UNILAG, you can do this, you can do that." Absolutely, the best university in Nigeria, the only university you can access by road, by air, and by water. I think we deserve another applause, please. So if after the conference you still want to stay 1 more week, the University of Lagos is ready to host you. You want to stay 2 weeks? Vice Chancellor, am I correct? Okay, if you want us to host them after 1 week, say aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. Moving on, it is time for me to invite His Excellency Frank Eggman, the Consul General of Switzerland in Lagos. A round of applause for him, please.
We acknowledge the protocol, but yet, my friend, Professor Folashade, thank you so much. You have lit the fire, you've started, and we can feel the energy. Lagos is vibrant, Lagos is moving forward. I'd like to welcome you all, and when I look at you, I see, apart from different countries and races, etc., but I see ambassadors of my own country, ambassadors of Switzerland. It's my job to say that. Yeah. But there is a reason for that. You woke up this morning and probably some of you took a cup of instant coffee that is proudly an invention dating 100 years back in Switzerland. When you drink coffee, think about my country. We don't produce coffee, but we are the biggest coffee traders in the world. When you dressed up this morning, you also touched or came into contact with other Swissness, other elements of Switzerland. You closed your zipper, Swiss invention dating back 1925. And if you're allergic against zippers, then probably you use Velcro band, you know, this scratch band. It's another invention dating back 1941 in Switzerland, when an engineer, you know, they are boring people, he went for a walk, for a stroll in the forest, in the mountains, and he noted those grains, those little seeds that stuck to his clothes, and he had difficulties to get rid of them. And out of that, he developed that Velcro band. You're still Swiss when you open your internet browser and you go on www. That was invented in Geneva 1989, released into the public domain 1993. You use it every day. You don't know how Swiss you are. Preparing your sandwich to come to university because the canteen doesn't always offer what you want. You maybe wrapped up your sandwich with an aluminum foil or with a cellophane plastic. This is also a Swiss invention. And you know, we're talking about startups 100 years ago. Some of you love to have a healthy life. They eat fruits and vegetables. You have a vegetable peeler. You know that peeler? That easy peeler for the potatoes and vegetables? Another Swiss invention, 1947. We have a Swiss company here. You all know that company. It starts with the N and ends with the A. And they produce 300 million bouillon cubes a day in Nigeria. Swiss invention. When you have that bouillon cube in your dinner tonight, it's also Swiss. We have other funny things that we invented, like LSD, but I recommend you don't take that. Valium tablets, if you can't sleep at night. Artificial vitamin C, antihistamine tablets, etc. But time is of essence, and that's why Switzerland invented the Swiss watches. We are good in inventing things, but sometimes we are stuck, and our watches, they still click 60 seconds, a minute, and we can't change it. Solar Impulse was the first airplane fully powered by solar energy to make it around the globe, 43,000 kilometers with not a single drop of fuel. And that was in 2016. Some of you have a Swiss Army knife in the pocket, and you certainly have a passport or banknotes, although they're a bit scarce these days. The ink for banknotes and passports, 80% of the world inks used for that are Swiss security inks. I'll stop here with you being ambassadors of Switzerland. It was just to give you a small overview of what my little country has achieved. And those inventions date back 100 to 150 years ago. 150 to 200 years ago, Switzerland was a landlocked, it's still a landlocked country, little natural resources, no education whatsoever. And our people were Japan. They were Japa. They were going. We lost. Yeah. For those that are not familiar with the term, it's migration. Japa, leaving the country, leaving for greener pastures, believing on the other side it's nicer than here. You know. So we had massive movements of Swiss citizens going to South America, to Argentina, to Brazil, and other places. And those that didn't have enough money to travel, they would go as mercenaries to fight battles for the King of France or for the Italian or to defend the Pope or whatsoever. Just to earn money, they would go abroad to fight for other kingdoms. So how come a country that was in such a bad shape 150 years ago made it to be the most innovative country in the world in 13 consecutive years. We're still the best in innovation. How is that possible? Well, there are a few parameters that are, given. First of all, and this we shared with Nigeria, it was out of necessity that we became inventive. Professor Folashade said it. It's because there is a need and we need to identify those needs. We need to work on it. And I think such a platform as it is offered today and tomorrow here with all the participants is a fantastic place where you can confront your ideas and get second opinion and test and see where it's going to take you. Nobody has ever succeeded without failing first. And I think the ratio is more like you fail 10 times or 20 times or 30 times before you succeed. But it's step by step that we move forward. So even after the takeoff of the industrialization in the second half of the 19th century, the standard of living in Switzerland, in my country, was very basic. We then not only exported our people, but we also imported some people. And I'm going to be very short because I'm not teaching history here, but the borders of Switzerland were open to take up people coming from various countries, from the communist bloc to the French, when the Huguenots, when I think it was Louis XV, the king, wanted to become a Catholic. Everyone has to be Catholic, otherwise you're gone. So people fled France and they came to Switzerland and they brought the watch industry to Switzerland. It's not an invention. This is something that came with migration to Switzerland that we took over and that we perfected and developed. And that's why when you have an expensive watch on your wrist, it's Swiss. If it's a cheap one, it's still Swiss, but it's a Swatch. And if it's a very cheap one with the battery, it's not a Swiss. That's for sure. What I want to say with that is that we had a small market in Switzerland to develop our products, and we needed to export them. And geographically, at the center of Europe, we go blind, in the center of Europe, where all the other countries were developing, Switzerland was a kind of safe haven, keep their money in our mountains and bank accounts, and to keep their deals in a safe place. This is how we made it. We imported workforce, we imported brains, and often those Japa guys, they came back to Switzerland later on and they reinvested in their country. We often speak about FDI for foreign direct investments, but we also speak about DDI, which is the diaspora direct investment. Those that go abroad, that get certain qualifications in other universities or in working in certain fields, they bring that all back. So we are in a transition time here in Nigeria. I think we've really hit the bottom and it can only go the way up by now. I hope that this conference, and I believe this conference, will also add its water to the mill. It will also add its added value to this movement, taking Lagos, taking Nigeria, taking Africa, taking us all together, the next step, a better step. I wish you all the very best and look forward to see who's going to make it to Switzerland in May. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the break in transmission, the light. I've been in the University of Lagos for over 20 years, and this is actually the first time we'll have a blackout. I have never seen this before, but I'm sure the technicians are on top of it. So kindly bear with us, please. Thank you. It's a busy week for the management of the university. Multimedia, please, we'd like to take pictures outside now. Immediately after, we'll start with the startups. They begin to pitch. I think we have South Africa, Rwanda, and Nigeria. Am I correct? Okay, beautiful. So can we please kindly move out now for group photographs? Then we'll come back I will begin with the startups, please. Thank you. Multimedia, please kindly do the needful, very important. Photographers, please take your positions as we move out for pictures, please. Everybody, thank you. Participants as well, please kindly join. Yeah, by the time we come back, the light will be restored. Thank you. Kindly join the management of the university for pictures. Thank you. Thank you. We'd like everybody outside to please come in. Let's continue, please. We're gradually running out of time. Thank you once again. The management of the university, they have different functions today, so they had to leave. We'll not go back to the program proper. We would like to hear from one of our directors. We'll hear from University of Ibadan, Professor Oyeduni Arologun, University of Ibadan. Please, a round of applause for her, please. Thank you.
The Vice Chancellor and the management in absentia, the Consular General, thank you very much for giving us all the Swiss than we think we are. Thank you very much, Professor Adibisi, and thank you, Eric. We've never met, but we've been together for the past 3 years. And I'm glad this is happening today, because Nigeria would have hosted this last year, but because last year was our election year, we had to push it forward till this year. So thank you very much for partnering us. I want to thank everyone that has come. I want to appreciate the inventors. They've been very, very passionate about their innovations, about their inventions. And I want to specifically thank you because our student, who was one of the first cohorts, has been part of your team, is worked very hard with his Nigerian colleagues since this cohort had started. So I believe that it's an opportunity for us to work together again, to learn from one another, to open new frontiers. And just like the Vice Chancellor has said, we have a lot of ground to cover. We have a lot of opportunities. And this is an opportunity for us to cash in on the opportunities. I'm using those words deliberately because we have a lot of opportunities around us and only us can make use of the opportunities. So I want to thank everybody. I want to welcome you. To those of us coming to Nigeria for the first time, I'm welcoming you to Nigeria, to our great country. I'm sure you are going to enjoy the hospitality of Nigeria. Please, let's keep the networking going and let's learn from one another and let's keep the fire burning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's all about expanding the frontiers of knowledge. Thank you, Director, Entrepreneurship Center, University of Ibadan, Professor Oyeduni Arologun. Thank you. Moving on with the function, multimedia, kindly help with this. It's time for Technology Innovation Agency from South Africa, a keynote address, bioeconomy and the role of startup innovation, insights into the South African landscape. And to do this, Dr. Vasile Fihani, Executive Bioeconomic Division, TIA. Can we kindly connect with our online? Multimedia, can you kindly pull that through? Are we good?
Good morning, colleagues. I'd like to confirm if you can hear me. Can you hear me, colleagues? Can you hear me, colleagues?
I can hear you online.
Super. Thank you very much.
But I'm
I
not
shall
sure
now-
if people in the room can hear you.
Yes, I don't know. I don't know if they can hear me. If somebody can just confirm that for me, please.
I'm sending a message to someone who's in the room. Give me a
Super.
second.
Super. Thank you. I'll wait for the confirmation.
Mr. Ferhane?
I hear you.
You can start to speak.
Super. Thank you very much. And good morning to the colleagues. Good morning to everybody in this conference. I'd first of all like to acknowledge the government of Nigeria for their hospitality and allowing us to come today and the next few days to present yourselves in this particular prestigious conference. I'd also like to acknowledge the universities of Lagos and the University of Ibadan, in particular their vice chancellors, deans of research, researchers, scientists, and students. I'd like to acknowledge the State Secretariat for Education, Research and Innovation of Switzerland, SERI, as well as the Embassy of Switzerland in South Africa. Many thanks, Inner Circle, and all entities that have come together in this partnership for this particular conference. Colleagues, the strategic context at the macro level is in essence around us, ensuring that as South Africa, we contribute to economic growth, and of course, the sector contribution to our GDP. This is in essence from main industries such as mining, manufacturing, and agriculture. We do this because we recognize, like many other countries on the African continent, that we are faced with unemployment, poverty, and inequality. But despite all of this, we're also faced with other important challenges, which related recently to COVID-19, access to healthcare, climate change, job creation, the entrepreneur's ecosystem, the participation of digital economy, the increased burden of disease, and of course, vaccine manufacturing. All of these factors contribute to our economy, but more particularly, how we participate on the African continent. In South Africa, we've certainly considered... I beg your pardon? May I proceed? May I proceed? May I get confirmation that I may proceed, please, colleagues?
Test. Test. Can you please continue?
Can you see me and can you hear me?
No, still not working, sorry. There's no transmission from your sound to the main auditorium at the moment. We're trying to sort out the issue.
Okay,
Sorry about
super.
that.
No problem. I'll wait. Thank you.
Test, 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 test. Test. The main speaker system just shut down. Test, test. Test, test, test. Test.
So can we use the phone with the mic while you fix that? You can take your time to fix it.
Mr. Verhane? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so just with the laptop.
Where's the speaker? I think here.
I'm here.
Ah. Internet is unstable. It should work. Can you please speak, Mr. Verhane?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
So go on, we can hear you.
Right. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay, super. Shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
Super. Thank you very much. So in considering inputs to our policies in South Africa, we certainly take a number of considerations and developments on the continent into consideration. The National Development Plan of South Africa, 2030 Plan, the Sustainable Development Goals reports coming from some of our consultants and higher education institutions, such as the State of the South African Research Enterprise, the Second Continental Report from the African Union. These reports and several, in essence, make input into our policy in South Africa for relevance and participation with other opportunities taking place on the African continent. We do this because we recognize that there is a need for us as South Africa and the continent at large to invest more in R&D as a percentage of our GDP. Africa's average is about 0.38% GDP in R&D. The global average 14 years ago was about 1.7%. North America and Western Europe's contribution, 2.5%. What this means is, as Africa, the continent, there's much more we need to do regarding investment into R&D from our GDP. The benefits for this, of course, are limitless in terms of skills, infrastructure, the recognition of new trends and the ability to adapt to new trends, whether it is the digital revolution or the effect of industrialization. Okay, I'm unable to proceed.
Yes, please.
Yes, I'm unable to move to the next slide.
Yes, you can.
I am unable to do that.
Ah, oh. You're sharing.
Yes, I'm sharing.
Yes.
Okay, let me reshare. Let me reshare. Can you see my slide now?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm still unable to advance. I'm still unable to go forward.
Try with the keyboard buttons.
I've tried page down and I've tried next slide.
Try Alt and Tab to shift to PowerPoint. You can also try to right click on your screen and do next slide there.
Yeah, no, it's not working.
Is there nothing appearing when you right click?
No, there we go. That's better now. Now it's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
So accordingly, colleagues, the South African policy environment is quite involved in terms of the several policies we've considered in essence, empowering and strengthening our economy. There are several, but I shall certainly mention a few of them. The National Development Plan, certain priorities in terms of our spending, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, the Science, Technology and Innovation White Paper, the STI Decadal Plan, the Bioeconomy Strategy, the District Development Model, the UN Agenda 2030, as well as the AU Agenda 2063. All of these have contributed to where we are as a country and what we envisage to do as far as economy is concerned. The Decadal Plan for Science, Technology and Innovation is in essence the implementation plan for the white paper on science, technology, and innovation. This is an intervention, a systemic intervention, ensuring that the country is enabling as far as innovation is concerned. It's about emphasizing the translation of research outputs into new products and services. We look at human capabilities, transforming the research system to be more inclusive, but more particularly to include the youth and SMMEs. It certainly must be inclusive and coordinated as far as our national system of innovation is concerned, but ultimately to find ways to make funding available. In other words, where are the pockets of funding in the country? How can these be consolidated to assist particularly the development of new innovations, but also the translation and use of these innovations by small and medium enterprises? So we look at systemic enablers, increased funding, coordination, skills for the bioeconomy, knowledge creation, linkages, partnerships, and of course, to measure our monitoring and evaluation. The policy emphasizes, amongst others, human capabilities, knowledge development, partnerships, education, inclusivity, and finances, but ultimately to address certain factors that we've identified that constrain our national system of innovation. These range from policy coherence, policy learning, the involvement of business and civil society, skills for the economy, and a productive research system, and of course, an environment that is not sufficiently enabling innovation and ultimately funding. All of these constraints we've identified as constraints of the NSI in particular, and so we've set up policy to address this. One of the ways we've done this is to come up with sectoral master plans. These are in essence master plans led by government to ensure that there are specific industries that we've targeted, whether it's the sugar industry, the cannabis sector, health, agriculture. These are sectoral master plans developed by government to find ways through which we can partner up and coordinate resources and funding for the purposes of certain specific industries that have been identified as being declined, but also have the potential to turn around our economy. One of those who've done this is to come up with a bioeconomy strategy. This is a 2013 strategy, which in essence looked at ways through which we could harness funding, skills, infrastructure for a number of factors which we think will enable the bioeconomy if they are addressed. Human capital development, research excellence, access to next generation technologies, which sometimes exist from other territories around the world, incentives and funding, access to intellectual property from around the world, alignment with our national priorities, alignment of regulations, research ethics, communication, institutional arrangements, governance, and coordination. All of these are addressed as factors required to enable our bioeconomy, according to our bioeconomy strategy. For comparison, colleagues, there are roughly about 64 countries around the world that have a bioeconomy strategy, and certain economies have identified or at least established certain opportunities to be pursued. This may be Brazil, Egypt, and Japan, in essence saying that the promise of bioeconomy is a real one. We are happy to say that on the African continent, we are the first as South Africa to have a bioeconomy strategy. However, we're seeing, which encourages us, other countries on the African continent also getting to a stage where they have a bioeconomy strategy, or at least are thinking about one. We see movements in East Africa, for argument's sake, which I think should be emulated in terms of having a regional bioeconomy strategy. In essence, looking at the ways through which in a region, we can consolidate research, facilities, infrastructure, and funding to address the bioeconomy challenges of a particular region. When we compare South Africa with other economies from this paper in 2018, what we see is that South Africa and Malaysia, of all the countries compared, are the only two countries that have a health focus in their bioeconomy. Interestingly, it is only South Africa that has a mining focus in the bioeconomy. Ultimately, we're saying all of these demonstrate, at least for South Africa, global thinking in terms of where we want to be and how we can assist as far as developing our own economy is concerned. The bioeconomy was recently audited by our National Advisory Council on Innovation. And what it demonstrated was that the business sector, science councils, and the higher education sector are the biggest contributors to R&D expenditure for biotechnology. Our sector is about 8.3% of the South African GDP. There are certain skills that are on offer from the bioeconomy, skilled employment, semi-skilled employment, but also low-skilled employment. There is a promise of about 14 to 16 million jobs if we were to take care of the bioeconomy in South Africa. Ultimately, with appropriate support from government, the bioeconomy is a potential earner of foreign exchange. To ensure that the country is ready for the bioeconomy, there must be targeted investments. We must build an efficient innovation system. We must strive to improve the level of education, training, and skills within the population, and certainly support market development to ensure that those technologies which develop and fund are in essence competitive. Ultimately, looking at sources of biomass, research and development, people, and institutional arrangements. All of these need to be in place to ensure that we can support any claims of bioeconomy readiness. In response, the government has set up the Technology Innovation Agency. It is an agency of government, and its role is to promote the development, exploitation in the public interest of discoveries, inventions, innovations, and improvements. TIA itself is the only government-funded innovation agency. We occupy an unrivaled space in the national system of innovation, where we fund risk, de-risk opportunities, and make them ready for follow-on investors. These follow-on investors may either be TIA itself, other government departments, the private sector, or anybody from around the world. We're an active funder, so we fund, we connect sectors, we facilitate negotiations, and we certainly enable the ecosystem. This is the funding landscape of South Africa, which is relatively stable, but of course, makes it possible for other players, new players, to come into the system. There are several government funding institutions, the Technology Innovation Agency, of which is one, through our main fund, which is the Technology Development Fund. We do this together with other initiatives from the departments of government, such as the Department of Science and Innovation or the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. We fund research and development from universities, science councils, but also we partner up with the World Bank and other government departments that have sector thematic investing mandates. We support incubators, laboratories, NGOs, and are also supported by philanthropic funders. Our private sector funding is engaged, venture capitalists, angel investors, but also several industry associations, corporates, and state-owned enterprises. Ultimately, we're saying within the South African innovation system, we look at the entire innovation value chain from basic research on the left right through to market entry and growth. What we've learned from this as a country is that it's very important for us, first of all, to understand the value chain, to understand where this value chain chasms exist, to close these gaps through various sectors of our government, but also funders within government and in private sector to in essence close these gaps. We are saying as TIA, our support is really in the seed fund and development capital space. We're saying this because we look at risk coming from applied research, technology development, and early commercialization. As I've said, it's an unrivaled space. Nobody in the country plays in this particular space, and this makes us a key participant in the innovation space. We fund sectors across the economy, advanced manufacturing, agriculture, energy, health. We also look at information communication technologies, natural resources, indigenous knowledge systems, and industrial biotechnology. What the colleagues will realize is that we span the entire opportunity as far as innovations is concerned. In essence, there is nothing that we cannot invest in as an organization, because we certainly realized the potential for innovation coming from all these sectors of our economy. Who do we fund? We certainly support universities, science councils and research institutions, SMMEs and industries. We'll hear about some of the SMMEs just now, and grassroots innovators. We've certainly recognized within the country that much in terms of research comes from our universities. Our universities are world-class, like anywhere else on the African continent. We have science councils and research institutions that are world-class, but also innovations coming from SMEs, where there's the promise of job creation. In essence, this is where we need to be investing as an organization, but also as far as grassroots innovators are concerned. Those are the individuals who don't have any, let's call it, skin in the game to put into these investments and don't qualify for bank loans, but certainly have innovations that within their specific communities and environments are helpful. We also look at these individuals. As an organization, we've had to make sure that we put in place certain funding instruments that in essence support innovations coming from technology readiness level 3 right up to TRL 8 to 9. These are the seed fund, the technology development fund, industry matching fund, our commercialization support fund, but ultimately to enter into partnerships with the likes of the Industrial Development Corporation, other investment funds, venture capital, and angel investors. What we're saying, colleagues, is that we've considered applied R&D, technology development, pre-commercialization, and commercialization rollout as places within the value chain that need intervention, that need support from the likes of TIA to ensure that we close these gaps in ensuring that these innovations are supported from SMMEs, from science councils, from universities to get to the market. Our seed fund is a smaller fund, up to R1 million. It's really for these ideas to be developed into prototypes. Our technology development fund is slightly larger, up to an amount of R50 million. It is really around technology demonstration. Our commercialization support fund is to support those opportunities where the technology has been demonstrated, but now requires some work to attract the participation of the private sector. The industry matching fund is one where we leverage our funding with private sector for those opportunities that are attractive to private sector. We also have innovation support programs, our technology stations programs, which are in essence based at universities to provide support to our small and micro medium enterprises, the people who have brought us here today. The technology platforms program is really about cutting-edge infrastructure, access to world-class infrastructure based at universities, but for the purposes of driving innovations in life sciences. We also have an innovation skills development program. It's really around supporting the entrepreneur to develop their skills around critical thinking, but also to support these entrepreneurs as they embark on the entrepreneurial innovation journey. Our Global Clean Tech Innovation Program is really about supporting small and medium enterprises around climate and environmental challenges. The Innovation for Inclusive Development is the program I mentioned earlier on, which is really around support to our grassroots innovators. Our tech stations and the services offered are listed, right from testing, analytical services, through applied development, engineering, and design. Our platforms, these are examples of platforms we have in the country. There are currently 8 of these platforms, and a 9th one has recently been approved, ultimately looking at what we consider are the cutting-edge technologies of science: metabolomics, body imaging, proteomics and genomics, biosafety, sequencing, bioprocessing, African medicines and innovations, as well as discovery of drugs and development of drugs. These platforms we've considered as critical to advance the economy of the country, but also to provide opportunities for small and medium enterprises to participate in the NSI. We have clusters which are industry-facing, set up to support industry through the various challenges faced by industry. These are divided into the animal health sector, beef genomics, dairy genomics, e-mobility, the API, active pharmaceutical ingredients cluster, the medic cluster, which is about medical devices diagnostics, as well as the forest bioeconomy innovation cluster. Essentially saying, which are those industry clusters of our country that require intervention, that require the participation of various partners to take forward that which you need as a country for our economy. The Grassroots Innovation Program, as I've mentioned, is a small fund, grant funding instrument, but ultimately to assist grassroots innovators to get through over certain hurdles: compliance, mentorship, prototype development, networking, technical skills, business modeling, and idea development. All of these we've identified as interventions to assist grassroots innovators. Ultimately, as colleagues were saying, nothing can work at TIA without partnerships and collaborations. And we see this as also applying on the African continent. We certainly must be thinking about collaborating and partnering with African countries as we move forward as far as the bioeconomy is concerned. It is either in the research, development, innovation programs, technology transfer, looking at connecting ecosystems, market access and networking, the very work we're hearing the colleagues speak about regarding the soft landing programs between African SMEs and those in countries like Switzerland, knowledge exchange, and of course, collaborations between our different institutions, not only in South Africa, but throughout the African continent. These are very quick examples, which I will very quickly go through in terms of what we have funded. Sabon mycelium is really around skincare products. It is a bioprocessing technology taken from mushrooms. And ultimately, what the colleagues have been able to do is to extract high-value compounds put into skincare products. These have now been trademarked and are now offered on platforms for purchase. We've looked at antibodies to develop diagnostic tests against ratoon stunting disease, which is a disease of the sugarcane industry. Very, very important that we address these issues in the sugarcane industry, because the sugarcane industry has been identified as an industry in decline, which we must support to revive. We've looked at opportunities around TB and malaria, which are endemic to us here on the African continent, and drug development thereof. These innovations have in essence attracted funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but also partnerships from Medicines for Malaria Venture. Ultimately, we're saying, through the work that we funded as TIA, to look at drug development, particularly in TB and malaria, these have attracted international funding. We've also been able to take certain of our opportunities through to the market. For example, our Center for Proteomic and Genomic Research, all around genomics and proteomics work, has now spun off a company which was in essence purchased by a large industry partner, and we're now able to offer these diagnostics tests from anywhere to anywhere around the world. Our API cluster is one which we're particularly proud of, in essence ensuring that we develop skills within the country to demonstrate our ability to manufacture APIs. 100% of the APIs used in our country are imported. This is not sustainable, and neither is it desirable. Our role is to develop skills internally so that we too on the African continent can start manufacturing our own APIs. The medical cutting burrs is a technology that has now been commercialized, used in medical spaces like hospitals for complex surgeries. One of our instruments, Innovation Fund, this is an example of our ability to demonstrate the manufacture of HIV active pharmaceutical ingredients. This is a project that makes us very proud, colleagues. We're able to demonstrate that we can manufacture these APIs. We can certainly put Africa on the map as far as APIs is concerned. The next step is to go into a stage where we scale up the production and be able to commercialize these. CPT, Chemical Process Technologies, Pharma, is one which has now, through our investment as TIA, also attracted funding from various partners. And what we're saying is that we've demonstrated successfully the ability for ourselves as a country to produce APIs. SMMEs that have these candidates that require support in terms of the development of these technology packages can now approach the likes of CPT to assist with developing these technology packages. We also have partnered up with key enterprises such as the CSIR, ultimately through some of our hubs, particularly industrial biocatalysis. What we're saying in this particular case, what technologies exist in the country that require the support of our partners such as CSIR that we can now package for benefit and access through licensing possibly, or acquisition by SMMEs, that they can produce these high-value products and put these onto the market. Ultimately, we're saying as TIA, who can we partner up with to assist specifically SMMEs to get into the market with these competitive technologies? In the forestry sector, we've certainly collaborated with universities, University of Pretoria in particular, to develop these diagnostic tests that allow the forestry industry to select which trees with the suitable and superior genetics to be planted for the purpose of the forestry industry. These have made us proud. We're now able to roll out this fingerprinting service, and the numbers show that if this works, we are seeing a potential annual benefit of around 222 million rand per annum for the small grower sector of our economy. Again, how do we bring other small growers into our sector? Colleagues, that brings us to the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank everybody for the opportunity to be able to deliver this speech. I certainly want to wish everybody who's attending the conference a successful and fruitful 2 days. We are looking to support SMEs from the continent to be able to compete anywhere around the world. And we certainly want to ensure that we have the next generation, the next batch, the next cohort of successful unicorns coming from the African continent. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Hello. All right, thank you, Doc. Hello. Okay, thank you, Doctor. If you take a look at the program that you have with you, I'm sure everyone has a copy of the program. We're supposed to have a break of about 10 minutes, but because we started the function a bit late, and I've been told everyone is going to get coffee already. If you've not had something to drink, can I see your hands up, please? Okay, I think we will not longer take a break. We will continue, please, because of time. But for those that have not had their tea, you can kindly go out through the help of the ushers to get your tea. Moving on, it is time for Karen. Karen, are you ready? Kindly come over to a round of applause for Karen, please. Startups from Nigeria, Rwanda, South Africa. Let's do the introduction, and then we'll take it up from there. Are you excited to be here? Okay, good. She deserves another applause, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It is really exciting to be here, and it's exciting to be here as part of the South African team, but also part of the organizing team. And to see all these faces that's just waiting to start and pitch. So I'm not going to waste a lot of your time. I would just want to thank everyone, first of all, the organizing team, and then the startups for sharing your dreams and your futures with us. We are so excited to see where you're going with your companies and to monitor you through the next couple of years. And just remember, overnight success takes 7 years. So count where you are now and count forward. And just on this program, I've been involved with it since 2010. And I have seen all the successes coming out of this program because of this program. It is a life-changing program, not just this first stage, but for those of you who are lucky to go on to the next stage, to the Swiss residency, you will see how this will change your business and it will change the way that you think. So good luck with all the pitches. Was there anything else I needed to mention, Dorina? Is that it? Good luck, everyone, and go for it. Go big or go home. Thank you. Can I hand this in your capable hands?
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. I will now introduce the startups from Nigeria. Okay, number one here, I have Mr. Victor Tubo Tamuno. Is Mr. Victor Tubo Tamuno here? Okay, please let's put our hands together for him, please. Mr. Stephen Obey, Agritech. Where's Mr. Stephen? Are you here? Okay, thank you. A round of applause for him as well. Mr. Uche Udekwe Health Tech. Please wave where you're seated, please. Okay, good. Mr. Praise Ifiako, Ed Tech as well. Where's Mr. Ifiako, is he here? Okay. Mr. Taiwo Yusuf, Climate Tech, are you here? Okay, good. From Rwanda, Mr. Mbaza, is Mr. Mbaza here? Mr. Lopa, is Mr. Lopa here? From Rwanda as well? Okay. From South Africa, Miss Metzol, Miss Catherine, I beg your pardon, Miss Catherine, Metzol Solutions, is she here? Online, okay, beautiful. Mr. Aziz, FinTech, online as well? Am I correct? Okay, good. Just a minute. Dorina, please, can I have you? All right, thank you. I just have to clarify some things. I've just been told it's just for 5 minutes. For those that are here, then those online 5 minutes as well. So we start with the first, which will be Mr. Victor Tubotamuna EdTech from Nigeria. Let's encourage him, please. Are you ready? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Now, 3 minutes for you to pitch, 5 minutes for questions. Am I correct? Are we good? For each 5 minutes for questions. All right, Mr. Victor, your time starts now.
Good day, everyone. My name is Victor Tsubotamano. I'm the founder of Early Bright. Can I see the pitch, please? Early Bright, we define Early Bright as the future of classrooms. Now, hooray, this is the future of classrooms. For Early Bright, what we're doing is we're building the foundational layer, tutors, for teachers, creators, to actually power learning through immersive experiences. I will explain this. Maybe I have to be on the side. Next slide, please. Now, while we're building what we're building, the current school architecture and the current classroom system is broken. And we believe that we can actually fix it by putting together some level of software or technology that powers not just hybrid learning, also immersive learning, where a student can actually be from one point and explore the world and explore all different systems. But now there's a problem, is because the current school system, they've inherited and maintained a broken system designed to teach children the curriculum of the past rather than the future. Next slide. Oh my God. Now, there's a huge demand for this. And according to the GSV, the global spend for parents who are on flexible learning is massively growing at 38.6%. And this would be huge. If you look currently in the US, Europe, like schooling, you see things like flexible learning. So what we're building, next slide, what we're building is that software that powers it. Now, our software allows tutors to teach flexibility across the world. Now, you could teach from a local language here in Nigeria and also get your learners from diverse learning countries they would understand in their different languages. Next slide. What our solution provides is, first, we provide virtual labs. With virtual lab, you don't need to have the current laboratory system we have in classrooms, right? You could carry your physics practical, chemistry practical with the help of augmented reality and virtual reality. We also provide virtual tours and excursions for a whole lot of students who cannot travel the world from where they are. With our solution, you could actually see the world, maybe go on tours, go on vacations, be in the moon, see more about the ISS, know more about the planet, and a whole lot. Now, the market size is huge, $47.71 billion projected at 2025 with a compound annual growth rate of 2.5%. Now, what we're charging is we partner with schools and there's just $10 per child and everything.
Okay, we'll give you 1 minute, 60 seconds. 60 seconds, that's fine. Okay, good.
All right, so far we've been able with our software to generate over $260K, and we currently have over 12,000 students trained. And this is currently with 32 academic institutions, right, that allows us to integrate into this. Next slide. Okay, so we have competitors like Baiju Global, ULSN, OutSchool, Edukoya, and the rest. Now, what we provide is the immersive experience, right, that powers it. For us, we're saying that teachers today don't have to do what they're doing. With our software, we'll power a new frontier of learning. You could actually teach your children from the classroom, give them virtual tours, come up with virtual labs, and your students can be in anywhere. With our software that uses NLP to interpret in real time, you teach in English while your students understand you in Mandarin. We have some of the best Google, ex-Google, Flutterwave, and Andela. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think you should remain. So we'll take questions, please. Please remain. Thank you. I think, yeah, good.
All right.
I like your presentation. Virtual classroom or virtual lab. Which one?
It's a tool. It's a software. It's ensued. So we provide different solutions in this. We have virtual labs. So if you're a tutor, you could actually just sign up for our virtual labs, and your teacher and your students can actually be carrying out research works and everything. Okay. I can hear you. All right. So for us at the virtual lab, we've created using augmented reality, right? We've created different components from chemistry to physics. What you would do in the chemistry lab, right? By putting all the chemical reactions and everything, we've computerized it in a gamified platform. So with just your laptop, you can just drag and drop and it will still give you the real result in real time.
Thank you, but I saw you building something like a controller. Is it part of the lab?
Yes, it's part of the lab. It's powered by augmented reality.
Okay.
AR.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And our language translation is powered by NLP, what they call natural language processing using AI. So when you speak in, and we can understand even in different languages.
Are you marketing?
Yeah, so currently, so last year we won the grant for the Lagos State Innovate. We're currently research partners to the Ministry of Education, Lagos State, and we're trying to democratize this rather. Thank you.
Any other question? Go ahead.
Maybe you can tell a bit more who does the quality management of the content?
Quality management of the content. Exactly. Thank you so much. Interesting. So right now, we recently get a certification from Cambridge, and what we're partnering with is to build curriculums based on countries, right? So it depends on where we are in. If currently right now we've built and designed based on the British curriculum and the American curriculum, right? So if we expand into more markets, because our plan is we get to Swiss for this program. We're looking at the European expansion, and we're going to be embedding more curriculums into our platform.
And the quality management?
And currently right now for the quality management, so we have a team of experts, diverse experts who are seasoned. So we have what we call our Learning Management Advisory Council. So these are the people who currently check contents. Remember, contents are democratized. So you as a tutor, you put in the content. We have a team of experts that vets the content before they go out for the students.
The jurists in the house, please, can you move to the front? So we have the jurists, some online, some in the house. Move to this place. It's only the jurists that will ask questions. So please, can you move to the front line? Who are the jurists in the house? The jurists, please, move to the front row, please, so that you can properly the presenter, please. Move to the front.
But maybe after lunch, because we don't have.
So please, it's only the jury. If you see somebody raising up the hand, it's a jury. That's why they're asking questions. It's not for the audience. Thank you.
But after lunch, so we don't have electric power for laptops there.
Oh, okay. Question? Good.
We have a question online.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question more on the affordability of your, let's say, solution. I didn't really see the revenue model, like how you, let's say, generate revenue, how affordable this is for, let's say, the context. Is it affordable that like normal people can afford your apps and can get access to the education?
Okay, so if you see the slide, the revenue slide, you see we charge currently $30 per term. So that's like $10 each term. $30 per academic session. So that's like $10 per term. And in Nigeria, they have three terms in an academic session, first, second, and third term. So for each of these, it is $10, right? Per student, per class. But what we price is, so we have the B2B pricing and we have the B2C pricing. For the B2B pricing, this is we sell directly to schools and they just give it as a tool to their teachers. But for the B2C, where any creator can come online, let's assume you want to teach Swiss language to the world and you become like a tutor on our platform. It is being billed per child per month, and that's at $3 per month per child.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
A question?
If we still have time. Online?
Yes, please.
Hi, thanks so much. Very, really cool innovation. I'm just curious, what are your barrier to scale? And thinking in terms of the fact that, education is a very regulated, industry. How do you go around the curriculum approval? And how do you scale this from one country to another, from one language to another? Thank you.
I think I did question. How do we scale? That what you mean?
How do you scale, and what have you identified being the potential barriers to scale?
Okay, like if you see, I mentioned, if you look at Nigeria alone, right? We currently partner with the Lagos State government. Last year, we were the winners of the last week innovation grants, the research grant for the Lagos State government. How we scale basically is we partner with schools. It is a current need. If you check this third slide, you will understand that the schools even are the ones on the We need our students. We need more flexible learning for our children. So this is a need for the students. And how we move in terms of global scale, we have two ways. One, we're looking at the B2C, which is the creator model. Today, we have a whole lot of content creators. People want to teach different things, cooking, music, whatever it is, right? With our platform, we're building virtual labs. So it's going to scale and it's diverse on different languages. So anybody from anywhere can use it at any time. Imagine a music producer with your FL Studio and your pianos and whatever it is virtually. Your students can be anywhere across the world and use it at any given time without even the barrier of language or payment.
All right, thank you. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Victor. Thank you. Moving on to the next. Agritech, Mr. Stephen Obey. Is Mr. Stephen Obey ready? You have 3 minutes, Mr. Stephen, and then 5 minutes for questions, please. The time starts now.
All right, thank you. Can I have the slide, please? All right, so my name is Stephen Obey, a veterinary doctor with over 10 years experience working among livestock farmers in Nigeria. And the problem we are solving is the problem of access to veterinary which could have made it to harvest. For example, in a place like Nigeria, for every 100,000 livestock farmers, there's just one veterinary doctor to serve them. Just imagine the huge gap. So we set out to build a tech-enabled solutions that address this problem on the go. And next slide, please. We've been able to build a AI-powered platform that increases access to veterinary extension services, vaccines, lab tests for these livestock farmers on the go. With our mobile application, farmers can easily take pictures of their farm animals like chicken or cattle, and using computer vision technology, our apps scan through and provide them tentative diagnosis on how to manage it before it becomes a major disease outbreak. They can also easily buy vaccines, lab tests, drugs, and also book the service of a veterinary doctor. So our goal is actually to make sure that every livestock farmers in Africa access veterinary extension services without any barrier. Okay, so we have one of our current user, his name is Adeyemi. He's a fish farmer here in Lagos. Our team actually met him a couple of months ago. And while we met him, he already shut down capacity. And then he has been able to boost his farm productivity by 70%. So our vision in the next 5 years is to actually serve people like Adeyemi, like over 1 million of them, giving them access to veterinary extension services on the go. Next slide, please. Okay, so we also have some amazing reviews online from our farmers who have actually been using our platform. We also got covered on TechCover, TechPoint, and Africa Verified on how our solution has actually helped these livestock farmers scale their farm. Next slide, please. We have really amazing target markets with 8.3 billion, 5 billion South America market, and a share of market of 10% in the next 6 years. So believe me, the market is huge, and we're actually open to collaborations and partnership, and most importantly, investment to scale this across Africa. Next slide, please. So here's our business model. We charge $3 monthly subscription fee, and then 10% markup, average of $5 for every vaccine test we deliver to farmer. 30% commissions from every veterinary doctor book on platform, and we project a revenue of over $5 million by 2026. Next slide, please. So here's our competitions. We actually compete presently with private and public veterinary hospitals. So what makes our solutions quite unique and amazing is that centers are actually limited in number across Nigeria, and farmers have to travel miles to visit veterinary centers. Just imagine you're a livestock farmer and you have to travel miles to access veterinary extension services. But with our solutions, we actually bring this gap. So here is our current roadmap, and sorry, just 1 minute. All right, move to the last slide, please. just to wrap up myself. Okay, all right. So
thank you very much for your.
Okay, good. So we'll move to questions now. Thank you.
Can you please tell me about your team?
all right, thank you. Can
And
you
if I can see the slide, please.
all right. Thank you. So we have an amazing team with over 40 years experience. I have me, that's Sibinobe, a veterinary doctor with over 10 years experience working among livestock farmers in Nigeria. And then we are with over 5 years experience as a software engineering. We also have a team of amazing advisors who has worked with GIZ, right, Yukotra. These are international organizations, and they're also working us to push our global fund generally. So we have really amazing team backing us on this.
Yeah, thank you once again. Wonderful presentation. Can you go to previous slides? Can you walk us through your financials?
Okay, you mean how we generate revenue, right?
Yes, and I saw you are raising, or you've raised a 100K preset. Is that correct?
Yeah, we raised over $100,000 last year from grant funding.
Okay, can you tell us the impact so far? Customers reached, yeah, prototype, or let's know, like.
Yeah, can you just go to this the slide for traction, please? Traction. Traction, please. Okay. All right. So presently, we've been able to build a tech platform leveraging on a computer vision technology. Part of the money was used to train our AI model. Presently, our computer vision technology has an accuracy of 75% in detecting animal disease. And then presently, we have over 2,000 livestock farmers using our mobile applications to diagnose the animal, right? With over 80% monthly engagement rate. And then we've also been able to deliver over 5,000 in vaccines and lab tests across these farmers in Nigeria. So this is actually what we are looking to raise in the next 18 months. We already have $420,000 committed to our fundraising plan. And our plan is actually to raise a total of 500, which we take our subscribers from 2,000 livestock farmers to 15,000 subscribers, and then process over 50,000 vaccines and generate $1 million in revenue in the next 18 months. So we are open to partnerships. We are open to investments to scale our solutions across Africa.
Do you hear me now? Perfect. When you think about coming to Switzerland, what do you expect from Switzerland? Are you more interested in technology and exchange for technology, or would you hypothetically see the Swiss market as a target market for your solution as well?
I'm finding this really, yeah. All right. Media, please, can you help me put up this market, Swiss markets? That's the title, please. Thank you. Okay, yeah, amazing. So from our research, we discovered agri revenues in Switzerland presently is over 13 billion US dollar, which is really amazing. And livestock, and out of this revenue, 6.5 billion is actually what livestock generates in the last year. And one amazing thing that actually kind of a synergy with what we are building in Nigeria is for Switzerland, the remote and rural areas also have shortage of veterinary doctors, which is actually what we have in Nigeria. So our technology could actually easily be introduced to the Swiss market and is actually going to scale in the long run. So we're looking at, during the residency program, see how we could actually meet with key market players in Switzerland and see how we could scale. Data, we discovered that they are also really amazing in building technology, particularly in terms of livestock in Swiss market. So we're looking at how we can partner with them on possible integration of our computer vision technology, our app with them, right? And also we're looking to partner with the University of Basel because our data set presently comes from University of Ibadan, veterinary department there. That's where we actually get our data sets to train our AI model for animal disease section. So we're looking at possibility of collaborating with University of Basel to see how we could get data set from them as well to see how we could integrate that into this market. So yeah, we're looking out to that. It's really amazing.
Bino, please.
Yeah, thank you for the great presentation. I have more questions more on like your app. You said it's AI powered. How this is so specific, if anybody can go in internet and search for this information, how you managed to stand out in this context? I mean, why, if you can get it for free in internet, why you have to pay for your app basically?
Yeah, thank you. So we've gotten these questions a number of times. Yeah, you know, everybody could go to Google and search, but then what stand our app out is the specialty involved, right? You could be sure on close to 90%, right, that the information you are getting from our app is actually accurate and is actually provided by special people like veterinary doctors. We work with veterinary doctors to build our data sets, right? So in terms of accuracy, you can bank on HEVEX to provide accurate diagnosis for your farm animals, which you could actually not get from Google. Google, you know, you just have to start looking for information all around on Google, and it could be misleading, right? So actually what our app actually gives to the livestock farmers. And of course, when you are raising livestock farmers, you know, it's a high-risk business. So you don't want to do guesswork. You don't want to play with your animal health. So our app actually gives them that kind of confidence, convenience, and level of accuracy for every of their livestock-related issues. Yeah.
Thank you.
Pauline?
Pauline?
Thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. Do you know this company called Vet Connect in Nigeria?
Vet Connect, not really.
Yeah, because you said you don't have a competition, but actually those are very strong competition for you and they are in your backyard. Check them out. And then once you do maybe rework your, did I lose everyone? Hello?
Yeah. Thank you for that information. I think I will check that out.
Yeah, you can, then once you do, maybe you can rework your competition slide. So link to this, can you share more about your traction today? Because I have seen it on the slide for traction, you speak more about the farmers that you have already onboarded on your platform. But for me, traction, it means someone actually who has paid as well for the services. Do you have anyone who has actually paid to use your platform?
Yeah, we have subscribers for our platform. And last year we generated over $100,000 in revenue just by rendering veterinary services for these farmers. Oh, sorry, I'm looking. Just by rendering veterinary services for these farmers and also delivering vaccines and drugs for these farmers. So yeah, we have paid customers using our solution presently.
So you made $100,000 last year, you said?
Yeah.
And what's your projection for this year? Like how much you think you're going to make this year?
Yeah, this year we project 1.5 with our fundraising plan. Hopefully everything goes well. Yeah.
Unless I missed it, I didn't see it on your slide, and this is a very important information for the pitch deck. So you might want to add that somewhere. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other, please?
All right, a round of applause for Mr. Stephen Obey. Information reaching me has it that the next that will be pitching will have 4 minutes instead of 3 minutes, please. We'll now move it 4 minutes. Mr. Uche Udekwe, Elt Tech. Are you ready? Okay, good. You have the timer in front of you. Time starts now.
Please, can I have my slides? Hello, everyone. My name is Uche Kenneth Udekwe. I'm the CEO and founder of Natal Cares. 5 years ago, I lost my sister-in-law at childbirth due to complications of pregnancy and delivery. It was one of my saddest moments in life, and it took me a while to get up from that shock. But when I eventually did, I told myself something had to be done. Next slide. After carrying out a major research, I discovered that maternal and infant mortality is a major problem in Nigeria. According to UNICEF, every single day, Nigeria loses around 2,300 children between the ages of 0 and 5, and about 145 women of childbearing age. Nigeria is now the largest contributor to maternal and infant mortality in the whole world. I was interested in the causality. I mean, what's the cause of all of these deaths? And then from there were 3 major root causes. First, the unhealthy child delivery practices. Second, the healthcare information gap. And third, the lack of vaccinations for children. Having discovered this, I started Natal Cares. And the Natal Cares developed a holistic, innovative solution to combat maternal and infant mortality in Nigeria. And what we've done is we've developed solutions to solve these 3 root causes that have been identified. First, in order to bridge the healthcare information gap, mobile technology, we deliver medically certified healthcare information on symptoms of prenatal conditions to pregnant women and nursing mothers on their mobile phone, any kind of mobile phones. We give it to them in their preferred local languages. For those that cannot read, we give it to them in voice notes in their local languages, accessible on any kind of mobile phones. It guides them throughout that pregnancy journey. When it's time for them to deliver their baby, to curb the unhealthy child delivery practices, we've developed a comprehensive delivery kit. It contains all of the essential supplies that every pregnant woman requires at childbirth to ensure safe and hygienic delivery. And then, in order to, we've developed a mobile application to track and ensure that these women present their babies for proper immunization. And then, we've developed a multiple revenue model to ensure that we remain sustainable. First, we offer a monthly subscription charge for our text messages. And then secondly, we retail our delivery kit to make it self-sustainable. And so we offer advertisement price for all our information. And then we partner with NGOs and then corporate organizations who wants to carry out their CSRs. Please, next slide. The market size in Nigeria is huge. $750 million with a 7.3% annual growth rate. We've identified some of our competitors. We have Baby Migo, we have also Mom Spring. But what makes us different is that we offer a holistic solution. And more than that, we are the only solution in West Africa that offer text and voice message platforms across any kind of mobile application. And then also give it to them in voice and text messages. So for last year, next slide, please. For last year, we had 45,000 users with 110,000 revenue. And then for 2022, we're projecting 100,000 users with $250,000 revenue. Natal Cares is having a massive impact. We've reached 45,000 users, and then we've been able to reduce maternal death from 4 deaths out of every 15 delivery to just 1 death out of every 15 delivery. The team is amazing. I have 5 years experience as a public health expert. We have a medical doctor, a CTO who has a PhD in view and electronics. We have a sustainability manager, and then also a project manager. We've won multiple awards to give us credibility. We won the President of Ghana Award, which is opening scale-up plans to Ghana currently. We also won the Future Awards, which gives us a partnership with the Ministry of Health. And then last year, we were the Unleashed Champions. It came with a $25,000 and a partnership with Chemonics. we want a residency program to help upscale. We've identified Novartis as one of the partners that we want to work with. We want to be their sole distributor in Nigeria. And as we're planning to scale together, we believe they can help us perfect our scale-up plan. Thank you very much.
Can we begin to ask questions now? Juries, please, questions?
I wouldn't know how your program takes care of those the pregnant women who are illiterate, who cannot read, to the extent of being able to access all this platform that we are talking about. And we found that the majority of them are found in the rural areas. How do you take care of this? Is it already taken care of?
Thank you very much, sir, for that question. So natal care is a holistic program. As a matter of fact, the people we are totally targeted, in fact, majorly targeted, are pregnant men and nursing mothers in rural communities, because this is where the major problem is. And most of them are illiterate. As in, most of them are not educated. So because of that, we render our messages not only in text, because not all of them can read. We give it to them in voice notes, in their local languages, and then it's accessible on any mobile phone. From our research, just 13% of these women have access to smartphone. 98.7% have access to basic phones. So we make sure that all our solution is accessible in the kind of technology that they have access to. So whatever kind of phone, both basic phone, both smartphone, any kind of phone, is accessible on it in their preferred local language in voice note. So we have that covered, sir.
Whether your program is based on any of the national networks, maybe MTN, Glo, or Airtel, because if it is based on that, we now found out that many of these rural areas, you hardly find any of these networks. If they are not available, how do we address such challenges?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So for networks that we're using, we discovered that the best network currently in Nigeria is an MTN, and we've partnered with that. But for those who don't have that, what we've done is, like I said, we have a partnership already with the Ministry of Health and the Basic Healthcare Board. So it gives us access to all of the basic health centers in these communities. So for those that don't have access to smartphones, we've partnered with their organization, with the basic health center in their communities. So once they don't have this, the community centers themselves, they have access to either MTN or Airtel or either of any of these three networks. That's where they get access. But from our experience so far, MTN has been working very far in all of these rural communities.
Sorry if I missed the points in your pitch there. Have you started to incorporate AI in your solution?
Exactly. Oh, thank you very much. As a matter of fact, that's part of the reason why we apply for this. We want to upgrade that, upgrade our system as well to incorporate AI in it, which is what we feel that we can learn all of these technologies and the modalities from Switzerland, because they're a perfect country for this technology. So basically, that's the major reason why we're also a part of the program.
Thank you. I think we have another question online. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for the great speech again. I think you are addressing an important issue. I didn't see any competition analysis. Do you have competitors? Are there other, let's say, competitors also addressing the same issues?
Please go to competition slide. Yeah, please. Yeah, so we have three major competitors that we've identified. We identified, first of all, Mom Spring competition. We identified Mom Spring. We identified Help Mom. We also identified Baby Migo. But what makes us different from this startup out there is the fact that natal care is holistic. And then we've also taken a community-based approach. Most of the problem that we discover is that when companies come out to solve maternal problem, they just create an app. But to solve the problem of maternal and infant mortality, you have to go to the rural. Most of people in rural don't have access to smartphone. You need a smartphone to access an app, which is why we have access. I mean, we made use of the technology that's affordable. I mean, that these women have access to. And then more than that, natal care is the only solution currently in West Africa that provides healthcare information in SMS, in voice notes, in preferred local languages, and accessible on any kind of mobile phone. That's what makes us different from all of the startups out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, Karen, you were trying to conclude before I move to the next. Go ahead, please.
Very common at the moment. How are you going to future-proof your company from someone else coming up with another AI solution?
Sorry, I didn't get that question. Sorry, can you come again?
So AI is becoming very common. How are you going to future-proof your company
Oh,
from
okay.
someone else coming in and doing the same?
Yeah, thank you very much. So basically, what we're planning to do, like I said, we are trying to incorporate AI into what we're doing, and then to make sure that what we're doing is improved. We have a partnership already with the Ministry of Health. We have that also with the Basic Healthcare Board. They ensure that it's proved to the system that's acceptable in the country. So this partnership really gives us a lot of opportunities to be able to ensure that what we're doing is acceptable, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa.
Do we still have a question for one more or have a time? Hello?
Yes.
Can I ask?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if you're going to go back to your revenue model, please. So I noticed that you mentioned that part of your revenue model is looking at the subscription charges, and then you have a retail things that you sell, and advertisement and partnerships. So in general, across Africa and probably Nigeria, many people who are affected by these issues. As you said, they are not they are not in the cities, they're in the rural area, but many of them also are living off less than $2 a day. And many of them might not be able to afford this. What's your strategy? What's your business model around including those who actually need these solutions very much, but they can't afford it? Because that's also the segment of your potential clientele that will allow you to grow.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. In fact, this is one of the best things that we ever did in natal care. We discovered that the people that we're trying to reach are people in rural communities, and not all of them can afford this in one pay. I mean, our solution is like a box of, it costs just $9. But as cheap as that might be, not everybody can afford to pay it at once. So what have we done? We've developed an ingenious model. We call it the Natal Care Savings Scheme. So how does it work? These women, logically, they carry their pregnancy for 9 months. We've divided that $9 into 9 months. So what that means is that for every month, they only get to pay $1, which is way, way easier for them. So before they get to 9 months, they have successfully, paid the entire amount. This is the best thing we've ever done, because with this, with this model, we have women coming to tell us that they even want to pay more than $1 in a month, so that even after they've delivered their babies, they can have extra money to purchase all the things that they need for themselves. So thank you very much for that question. It's the best. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other question from the jurors, please? Are we good? Okay, good. A round of applause for Mr. Uche Odekwe, please. We'll move to the next. Mr. Nemeka Praise Ifiako. Mr. Nemeka Praise Ifiako. Remember, you have 4 minutes. Your time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Welcome to the forefront of the digital revolution in higher education. In today's digital age, where every swipe and click holds immense potential, universities possess a goldmine of untapped data. As we speak, there are millions of undergraduate students across Nigeria, Africa, and the world that are in unprecedented amount of time on their screens, deeply engaged in online learning inside and outside the classroom. Now, however, with this abundance of data, there lies a challenge. Most universities struggle to translate the online learning habits of students beyond the classroom into career growth. Since most industry-related learning happens outside of the classroom, such data, if available, could be utilized to shape placement strategies and equip undergraduates for success in the modern workforce. But there's a solution on the horizon. Picture a scenario university had online and engagement in terms of beyond classroom. Introducing Student Party. Our innovative platform fosters the early career growth of university students following a three-pronged approach. The first, a digital campus that provides university students access to in-demand skills content, global networking opportunities, and exciting career pathways, all through the convenience of a mobile app. The second, an admin dashboard that provides university placement committees with access to invaluable insights into student engagement and the learning journey on digital campus. And finally, a placement portal that provides or streamlines collaboration between universities and employers, offering promising career opportunities. With a market size in millions and billions of dollars, there's ample room for growth. But what sets us apart? We prioritize student development, we provide tangible proof of commitment, and we also, not mistakenly, we also provide universities with the opportunity to scale their network. Now, please allow me to talk about our career services. Sorry. Okay. Led by a diverse team, we actually are ready to revolutionize higher education industry, and we are ready to empower the next generation of leaders. Join us as we embark on this transformational journey.
So we'll take questions now, please.
Traction. And then also, are you raising funding at the moment? Tell me about those two things, please.
Thank you very much. So in terms of traction, we've actually garnered thousands of registered users. We launched a waitlist campaign as of last year. We got over 5,000 registered users on our waitlist. We've also inked a strategic partnership with the University of Lagos, and we're set to launch in Q2 2024. Now, in terms of how much we're raising, we plan to raise $1 million in pre-seed, and our projection is that in the next 36 months, we're going to partner with 100+ universities. We're going to place about 10,000 students, and we're going to have about 3 million in learning hours on our platform. And we're projecting $10 million in projected revenue.
Yeah, I would go next. Can you tell us more about your Swiss market fit? What would the residency program in Switzerland help your business, and how would you also contribute to the Swiss market?
Thank you very much for that question. Unlike Nigeria that has just a 50% mobile technology penetration rate, Switzerland has almost 100%. So what that means is that screen time learning has more of a cultural effect than a strategic effect in Switzerland. One of the things I would like to do if I get the opportunity to go to Switzerland is to meet with Alessandro Mazzetti, who is the head of innovation and collaboration at University of Basel. And I want to find out, how does the out of the classroom learning data associated with screen time, how does that affect the pathway to internship placement? How does that affect the pathway to graduate placement? And I believe that with that interaction, I would have the opportunity to also meet with other universities and their head of innovation to really tap into the goldmine of data that Switzerland generates every single day.
If I can just ask a quick follow-up. So you talked about career placement. So how do you synergize the academia, the universities and the industry, the employers? How do you bring them together for career placements? What plans do you have and what's the traction on that so far?
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of how we plan to synergize, we do have placement committees in different universities, but one of the challenges these placement committees have is the access to right data. So what we want to do is to provide an admin dashboard and a placement portal that will streamline collaboration between the university placement admins and the employers. And then we also want to provide invaluable insights into the student engagement and learning journey on digital campus. In terms of the traction so far, we just inked a partnership with the University of Lagos. So we're going to be launching that in April 2024. But the general idea is to provide placement committees with invaluable insights into their student learning journey as they go from the first year to the final year.
Okay, one more online. Go ahead.
Hi, Peach. Just a quick one to begin with. How do you compare what you're offering with the Eric Bright, the other person who just presented? Are you competitors? Are you collaborators? That's number one. The second is on the slide of Ask, you indicated that the projected revenue is 10 million US dollars. Is this by when? Can you share more information on this one? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. So Early Bright is seen as a collaborator. Their target market is between the ages 5 to 18, which is early stage. And then in terms of the projected revenue, so we just did a quick calculation. We're charging for our B2B2C white label solution for universities at $24 per user per year. And so if you do the mathematics, in Nigeria, we have over 200 universities, but if you do the mathematics in 3 years, if we have 100 university partners, which has an average of 10,000 students per university, that's about $24 million. So we're trying to be conservative with our estimates based on the projection.
Thank you.
Okay, we're good. Let's put our hands together for. All right, thank you. Moving on, the final one from Nigeria, Climate Tech, Mr. Taiwo Yusuf. Yes, Mr. Oh, you're here. Oh, good. That's the timer. 4 minutes. Your time starts now. When you want to take water, you can open it. To avoid any form of casualty, please.
Standing on existing protocols, I am Taiwo, representing TY Dami Energy Resources. Next slide. In a nation of abundant resources, there is a problem that persists: food insecurity due to post-harvest losses. Mr. Akiemi, just like every other farmer, loses his produce as a result of power outage. Next slide. Nigeria loses about 76.9 million metric tons of food per year, amounting to about $3.92 billion. It is also projected that the population size will increase to about 5 million in the year 2050. So it is therefore important to solve the problem of post-harvest losses in order to meet the demand of the ever-growing population. Next slide. We are solving the problem of food post-harvest losses by developing a refrigerator that extends the shelf life of food up to about 7 days without using batteries, by using captured CO2 as refrigerant. Next slide. Captured CO2 is fed to the compressor, and it is then liquefied at the condenser. Using a Joule-Thomson valve, it is then transformed into dry ice, which is a solid form of CO2. It within the system is then used to sublimate back the solid CO2 into CO2 gas. This process cools the interior of the refrigerator. Next slide. Our target market encompasses the entire value chain in the food sector, with a serviceable, obtainable market of at least $720,000. Our solution is also applicable in the healthcare sector, in areas such as vaccine preservation, medical sample preservation, and organs preservation. Next slide. While there are other players in the market, our solution stands out with our unique value proposition, such as using CO2, which is a natural refrigerant, and also a cooling efficiency about 350%, among others. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, we are offering both cooling as a product and cooling as a service with flexible payment options such as pay as you go and subscription as a service. Our solution will be accessible to all. Next slide. For our traction, we've been able to validate the carbon capture device. In March last year, we were able to build a functional carbon capture device. And we've also been able to validate our simulation, the CO2 phase change, using a process simulator called DWC. And currently, we've participated in several programs, which include the Union Innovators Program. And also, we've been able to be among the top 10 finalists for the Sustainable Solution Africa. Next slide. Okay, we have a combined experience of over 10 years plus, cutting across various disciplines such as renewable technologies, carbon capture, utilization and sequestration, research and development, fabrication, climate science, climate policy, among others. Next slide. The next slide, please. Okay, through the university ecosystem, we are currently participating in the BITE 2.0, and also we are currently participating in the Union Innovators Program through the Co-Creation Hub. Next slide. Our current ask is an opportunity to be part of the residency program in Switzerland, where we'll be meeting with Climeworks. Climeworks is a company in Switzerland into carbon capture and sequestration. The only difference is that we are utilizing the captured CO2 instead of storing it underground. Also, we'll
Stanley, put on your mic. Go ahead.
Okay, let's go.
Sorry, can she use the microphone, please?
One might be better. So I see on your final slide that you are raising $1 million. What are you going to use that $1 million for?
Currently, we won a grant of about $5,000 in the Innovators Program, and we are going to embark on the fabrication process. Currently, partnering with Abuja, and by end of April, we'll be launching our product. Then subsequently, we'll be participating in a summit in Kenya, where we'll be raising further investment. So basically, the $1 million will be used to venture in mass production of the CO2 refrigerator. And the main essence of going to Switzerland is to meet one of the leading manufacturers, well, in terms of, okay, how do you supply us that we can use for the manufacturing? So that's that. Yeah. Any question?
Next, the jurors, please.
Okay, so so it's not, don't have a unit yet existing. You don't have a unit, so you don't know the cost.
Yes, we don't know.
You don't know the cost.
Yes, but it will definitely be lower than what is in the market. And the reason is this: the conventional solution out there make use of batteries and can only last about 48 hours or maximum of 2 days. But with our solution, we are only leveraging on the principle whereby we convert solid CO2 into CO2 gas. The sublimation process cools the system, and we are trying to work on the design such that the sublimation process takes about 7 days. So with our solution, we don't need to get batteries. So definitely it will be more affordable than what is currently in the market.
Okay, so my other question would have been where you are piloting. So there's no pilot.
So like I said, we are starting our fabrication next month, launching by the end of April this year.
There's one question from online, please.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Carbon capture and storage is also, I think, it's a global topic, also very important in Switzerland. What the aspect that I missed in your team was you are a technical team, business aspects were missing. Do you have plans to expand your team towards that direction so that you also have the business expertise so that you can scale up your market? And I think to the previous questions, I mean, cost, also pilot demonstrations and those kind of aspects.
So for our team, we have a combined experience, and we are currently focused on the actual fabrication. I mean, we are currently focused on, let's build the product first, and then we can take it from there. So we have myself, I have over 5 years experience in renewable technology, direct air carbon capture. I even worked as a consultant for Octavia Carbon. Octavia Carbon is a carbon capture and sequestration startup in Kenya. Yes, in their earliest days, I worked for them. And we also have another member of the team, Oriola, who has an MBA in climate finance, and he worked as a policy analyst for the Open Air Collective. The Open Air Collective is a community of carbon capture enthusiasts. And we also have on the team Toib. He's a CAD engineer. I met Toib in 2022 during the LNG cook stove project we both worked on. We were part of the team of 7 engineers that designed, fabricated an LNG cook stove. Yeah, so I met him then, and from there we were able to, work together. So we have a team of capable hands. So we are very, very, very confident in the fact that come April, we will be launching our products. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Any question? Okay.
Thank you for that presentation. What really caught my attention is the carbon capturing that you want to reuse.
Yes.
I wouldn't know what is the source of your carbon.
Okay.
And also maybe I can go further. Like those of us in the cement industry, concrete industry, one of the major challenges we are having in the concrete industry is about huge carbon emission.
Yeah.
Because the cement industry or concrete industry is responsible to almost about 10% global CO2 emission.
Okay.
So if we can find alternative of using this emission, I think it will be a very good innovation. So I wouldn't know whether you are looking in that direction to get your carbon and then utilize it for whatever you want to use it for.
Okay. So currently we are currently focused on capturing CO2 from the direct air, right? And basically we are using a solvent material that we will recycle from eggshells. So basically eggshells is rich in calcium carbonate. So we'll be sourcing our solvent material from eggshells. And as time goes, we definitely penetrate other areas. Okay, how do we capture CO2 from point sources like you mentioned? But presently we are capturing for now from the direct air. Yes, thank you. Okay.
Current technology is really expensive. That is why.
All right, thank you, sir. Any question? Any further question?
Any other question online, please? Okay, okay. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you. Well, before the next speech, we have a special guest here, but I'll invite Mr. Eric Tyler to kindly introduce our special guest that is here. Please do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we already had high-level speakers and personnel this morning, but it's not over. There's more. And I'm very much pleased to introduce and welcome this morning Ana Equiledo, the Executive Director of AfriLabs, the Impact Hub network across Africa, headquartered in Abuja. So the more pleased to welcome you here, Anna. Really a surprise visit. Fantastic. Also, of course, with Felista Ako, the partnership manager, working with AfriLabs together for many years now, and also contributing, I hope, at least mutually to our successes. But I mean, your business is a real success that only started like 10 years or so ago. Anna, please tell us in short term, what is AfriLabs? And so what can everyone expect to do with your network, within your network? What is happening there? Again, very much welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eric. Good afternoon. It's afternoon, right? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ana Equiledo, Executive Director of AfriLabs, which is a network organization of innovation incubators, accelerators, creative spaces that all work to support innovators, startups, creative developers on the continent. We're spread across 53 African countries and over 200 African cities. And basically, all the members of our network, and I'll talk about the broader ecosystem as well, that are part of our network as well. But in terms of our core community, we're all focused on supporting young innovators that have brilliant ideas, some of those that have been pitched here today and will continue, to transform them into successful businesses, right? That will contribute to economic growth, that will contribute to social development across various sectors. So whether we're talking about healthcare or sustainable energy or financial inclusion driven by technology and innovation, or education, when we look at Africa as a continent and we look at all the challenges and the gaps, what we see are opportunities, right? But with the opportunities, we also see a very vibrant who have the solution to these challenges. Like the solutions are in this room, right? And as such, we have dedicated our mission to supporting people, of all groups across the continent and even outside the continent, also the diaspora, to, guide them through the process of turning their idea into a minimal viable product. And I'm now talking about the process to, building a sustainable business model around it, to, go to market, developing their go-to-market strategies, and then of course scale. Now, for this to be successful, we are focused on building the ecosystem, which is where our expanded network comes in, right? For successful business around leading investors. And as such, we have a broader network of angel investors to VCs and the likes. For example, we partnered with Africa Business Angel Network, ABAN, to set up what we call Catalytic Africa, which is a matching fund for African startups. So how it works is you connect to an angel network within ABAN. ABAN is a Pan-African network of angel investors on the continent. And once there's an investment into a startup, we match it to the matching grounds, right? We also connect to development organizations who provide funding to run activities around healthcare, agriculture, education, across various sectors, basically. And of course, governments, corporate organizations, and other stakeholders, to basically drive entrepreneurship innovation on the continent. But then a very important thing about what we do, which is why we're here today, is we believe in cross-sharing, cross-knowledge, collaboration, knowledge sharing, and basically partner with people from across the globe, right? To exchange ideas, exchange the best solutions and know-how on supporting entrepreneurs, right? One of our most important stakeholders is academia, right? We've had this conversation so many times, but we also walk, the talk. With academia, we see academia and the environment, as a breeding ground for, the best ideas, right, being tailored to industry. Because typically what you'll see in an innovation hub is, people coming with ideas and the likes. But with academia, we say, what, how can it be integrated even from the curriculum? Students every day are working to study different subjects, right? But how can we see these subjects not only as a theoretical tool, but, contributing to a body of knowledge, but how can we turn this knowledge into innovation? How can we commercialize research? How can we increase the amount of patents, for example, on the continent? And, working with partners such as Universal, to even bring out these models as well. And I'm really happy and encouraged by the University of Lagos commitment to this. This is really important because without the universities churning out the best talent, but also breeding entrepreneurial mindsets, then it will be hard to really harness what innovation and entrepreneurship can contribute to our society generally. So that's what we are in a nutshell.
In replacement.
Okay, say that again.
It is Cliff Embargo from Twist now, please.
Hi, everyone. Putting up my presentation. Do let me know when you can see it.
We are ready. You got 4 minutes from now.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone, again. My name is Cliff, and I am the founder of Twist. And I want to tell you a story about Hashim. Hashim is my neighbor's son. He's 10 years old, and he's a fourth grader. What's interesting about him is that he struggles mightily to read a simple text. And before you think that it's just about him, 76% of third graders in Rwanda do not achieve minimum proficiency levels in reading. And an alarming 21% cannot read a single word correctly in a minute. And so this really inhibits them in terms of performance, but also long-term economic output. And so at Twist, we've made this our mission to really come alongside these children to help them become better readers. And we do that by providing them with age-appropriate stories and tailored assessments in the local language. And so we do that through our mobile and web application that allows them to engage with fun and interactive stories, as well as personalized feedback. Our technology tracks both the speed of a reader, but also the comprehension level once they're done doing the quizzes. We did a nationwide survey, and we found out that our technology actually improves reading proficiency by 13% in just a month, which is something we have over our competitors that are just offering reading materials, but not assessments. In Rwanda, we're looking at a market that's 3.5 million big, and our secondary market, which we have recently ventured in, which is Kenya, is twice as big as Rwanda. To make money, we charge a subscription fee that is very affordable, only $2 a month per user. And our users can access up to 100 books every month. To reach our users, we mainly do that through two ways. One is by partnering with strategic actors that have access to users, that's schools, those are NGOs, the likes of USAID and Save the Children. And secondly, we do that through localized marketing, where we have tailored messaging that speaks to our target audience. To date, we have launched an MVP, which is currently being tried by several hundred users that are paying. And we project to grow to about 10,000 users in the next 2 years. So that's by the end of 2025. We have raised over $30,000 in grants, and we project to make about $120,000 in revenues by the end of the same period, 2025. Behind Twist, there's a team of engineers and writers and illustrators and business professionals that are accomplished with a combined 40 years of experience. And we genuinely believe that we are the best team to drive this vision forward. And we look forward to answering some of your questions. Thank you.
Questions, please.
can't wait to respond to questions. Go ahead, please. I think we can, okay, go ahead.
Please.
Yeah, thank you for the great pitch. I think you address a very important problem. I have a couple of questions. One is, I mean, mobile phones or smartphones are not the best tool or best appliances to read. Normally, I mean, you need the pads or something, because I mean, to read it's very very difficult or very small fonts. Have you thought about this problem? And the second issue is how you are going to benefit from your visit to Switzerland. I mean, where are the synergies that you see that will help you to scale your business?
Thank you. To your first question, we are very aware that reading from a phone is can be quite hard, especially if the user interface is not optimized for such things. And so our apps are optimized for that. So we have really large fonts, we have illustrations, so that make it engaging and quite fun for children to continue doing that. Secondly, we do partner with people that have, and by people I mean organizations that have tablets. We do not currently have the capacity to provide tablets to our users, but some of these organizations donate tablets to schools, and therefore we tap into the available devices. There's also some schools that have, desktop or laptops, and so our users also use some of those devices. One thing that I forgot to mention that allows us to really outdo our competitors is that our platforms are completely offline if one needs to work offline, and therefore the need for them to be digitized, because the user cannot access our our technology, our resources anytime, anywhere, but it also allows us to provide the assessments, because if it's just a book that is physical, then we're giving away the ability for a kid to do the quizzes at the end of the story. And to your second question around how we anticipate to benefit from the Swiss trip, we were looking forward to connecting with some of the companies there. One in particular is Baobab Books, which helps people to create stories, illustrate, and then reach users. There's some synergies between what we do, and so we look forward to learning from their journey and what they've been able to accomplish to date. And even more importantly, we look forward to connecting with the Association of EdTech Entrepreneurs that is based in Basel. I forgot the name, but I think it's Collider, if I'm not mistaken, or butchering the pronunciation. So it's an association that brings together tech entrepreneurs. And so we look forward to connecting with them and learning from their journey and how we can implement some of the learnings back home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pauline, please proceed.
Hi, Cliff. Thanks for the pitch. So I just wanted to understand the intention behind your business. Is the intention around reading also means that you want to unlock the opportunity for those young people so they can go out and compete? If that's the case, how does reading in Kinyarwanda help a child in Rwanda, knowing that most of the things functioning more in English and maybe to some extent French? What's the connection between the two? And then my second question is around your MVP. Can you share more about what is it now? What do you have as an MVP right now?
Thank you. To your first question around what's the intent of our work. So primarily what we want to address is kids' ability to learn, because they are in school, but they're not really learning. And that's not just a problem in Rwanda. Actually, across the globe, 250 million children still cannot read after 4 years of school. So it's not a Rwanda-specific problem. But for specifically for Rwanda, what we're trying to do is to really anchor the learning. We're not trying to replace classrooms. We're providing enhancement materials. And that allows kids to perform better in class, but also to really prepare them to learn those other languages and therefore be able to succeed in life. It is widely accepted, and this is something that people that are hearing me can verify, that kids learn foreign languages better if they understand their own mother tongue. So it's easier for them to learn French and English when they've mastered the language that they use at home, because it's easier to connect vocabularies and translate from things that they relate with on a day-to-day basis. And thirdly, I think what we're also trying to do is tell our own stories. We do not translate, say, Harry Potter in Kinyarwanda or Swahili. There's lots of resources that could do that, but we really want to give a platform to our own creators. We want to give a platform to our own stories, and so for kids to really read things that they relate to in their day-to-day life. Sorry, I think I forgot your second question. I was very carried away by the first one.
No, thanks for that. So the second part was around helping me understand your MVP right now. What do you have today?
Yeah. So we have a mobile application that is up right now. People can download it. It's called Twist on the app stores. We also have a web application that people can go on, read about us. There's content to be read there. Kids can also have the quizzes. They can do them. So both of those things are up and running right now. The thing that we are investing in as well is the completely offline offering that I spoke about. So we're piloting what we're calling Summer Box, which is a digital distribution tool that allows people to connect to it like they would connect to a Wi-Fi. It's a device like this, very small, that people can connect like a local router. Then it allows them to have access to the content. That's still in the making, but we anticipate that will solve the issue around device usage and last mile connectivity, especially for unconnected schools remotely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Karen, you raised your hand. Okay, you're done. All right, go ahead, please.
I think this is a very important thing to enhance this learning experience. Who is structuring your program and tailoring all these learning support? And who's giving feedback? You say you offer assessment, and who's actually doing that? Is it done individually, or is it just something more general? Can you say?
Yeah, thank you. So we have a team of educators, teachers, basically, that help us to, ensure the quality of the stories that we're producing. Our stories go through a very rigorous quality assurance process that culminates in the Rwanda Education Board. So the National Education Board actually certifies our books, so the quality is assured, and therefore our quizzes as well. So they go through the national board to be approved. And secondly, we work with Save the Children to ensure that our assessments do not only speak to the curriculum and the things that children should be learning, but also are inclusive and using language and wording that is appropriate, that we're ensuring that we're not putting out messages that are not meant to be put out there, and also tapping into some of the I guess less popular themes, and so to ensure that our kids are really learning, not just me, writing stuff out of my head and thinking that kids are learning because I did it.
Any other question? Okay, that's all. All right, thank you. In absentia, we'll put our hands together. I'm sure you can hear the sound of the applause. Yeah, thank you. The next from Rwanda, Clean Tech, Mr. Gisian Dukuze. Are we good?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Okay, good. So you have 4 minutes. Your time starts now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ghislain Dukuze. I'm the co-founder and CFO at Lupa. So at Lupa, the question we asked ourselves is, why do we farm but people are still hungry? So 40% of the food produced every year in the whole world is wasted, and this is enough food that can feed around 3 billion people. While in Africa, 20% of the continent is going to bed hungry. So to understand this better, we dive deep into this question, and we realize that the excessive use of chemical fertilizers causes dwindling crop yield and high cost of farming for the farmer. And there's an exponential increase in the volume of inputs that the farmer needs to use over time, which leads to growing food security challenges and deteriorating the soil health and causing climate change problems. And every year, Rwanda imports between 60 and 70,000 metric tons of chemical fertilizers. So what solution at Lupa we are bringing? So with the IoT-powered vermicomposting, which is the use of redworms to transform organic waste into nutrients-rich fertilizer, we help the farmer increase their yield per hectare per season and use less output to get more, and use less input to get more output. So with the process of vermicomposting, we get our two products, which is the liquid fertilizer and the granular fertilizer. And both of those fertilizers are organic, and they are also used as soil amendments for the farmer. So we spend around 0.12 USD per kilogram, and we sell our product at 0.2 USD per kilogram. And our primary customer is the farmer and the commercial farms, and we use a combination of B2B model and B2C model to actually get to our clientele. So looking at the market size worldwide, the fertilizer market is around 280 billion, and the East African region alone is 483 million, and we want to be able to capture 10% of this market. And our way to go to market is being able to have demo farms so that we can show.
Sorry, we are not hearing you. We're experiencing audio delays.
Can you hear me now?
Not online. Online, we are hearing good. Yeah.
Okay, try again.
Can I continue? Can you hear me?
Yes, connection is.
So our go-to-market strategy is using demo farms to show the impacts of our organic fertilizer. And make partnerships with cooperatives so that we can be able to reach at large scale the small scale farmers. And we want to be able to tap into commercial farms because these are the people who already understand the benefits that our product can bring to them. We are not alone in this market because we are competing with other local and international producers, for example, Bolton and OCP Africa. And we have also other local organic fertilizer producers. But what sets apart is the concentration of our product, which is a fortified and concentrated organic fertilizer, which means there's a usage of less inputs on a larger plot of farmland. So our traction, last year we won Hunger Pitch Fest, which is Rwanda's innovation competition, and we've been able to raise up to 50,000 in grant funding. And thus far, we've been able to divert up to 35 tons of waste from landfills and transform it into organic fertilizer to create a circular food system. And we've already partnered with 2 commercial farms so that they can be able to test our product and serve as our demo farms in our pilot program. So by the end of the 4th quarter of this year, we are projecting to be able to make around 33,000 in revenues, USD in revenues. So we are raising $100,000 US dollars so that we can be able to increase our operational capacity and invest in R&D.
Thank you. Time up. Thank you. Time up. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Juries, 1 or 2 questions, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, wonderful presentation. So I wanted to ask, where are you what's your product roadmap like? Where are you right now when it comes to your product development, and what are next steps for you? Next steps in like 2 years.
Thank you. At this moment, we have been able to produce the first version of our product, which is the vermicompost and the vermiliquid, the liquid and the granular fertilizer from the process of vermicomposting. And the next steps, now we are looking at ways that we can be able to fortify these 2 products so that we can actually help the farmer use even less of the product to reduce the bulkiness that's found within the other available options as organic fertilizers. Thank you.
Any other question?
We are offering a connection or something. How would you act, or how is your product be used in Switzerland if you would have a market there?
So one thing I've checked is that Switzerland, 15% of the farmers have totally switched from using chemical fertilizers to adopt organic farming practices. So our product, I believe that if we get a market in Switzerland, this will be a product that can be able to bring value to those organic farmers. And in terms of those who are still using the chemical fertilizers, this product now comes in as a soil amendment because over time, the chemical usage of the usage of the chemical fertilizer degrades the soil, but our product actually helps with regenerating the soil and increasing more microbial activity within the soil. So I believe that if we can be able to get a market in Switzerland, this can be a very good product that can help with the transition from the usage of chemical to the organic farming practices. Thank you.
Good. Okay, so we have 2 more. Okay, go ahead.
Bino, please. Bino.
Yeah, I'm online anyway. Thank you again for the great presentation. my question centers around more like, why not enabling farmers? I mean, I think the farmers can do vermicomposting also in their sites. So what is really added value of your company there if the farmers could also do that, or what extra you are bringing to them?
As I was explaining, the very first phase, we started 7 months ago. So the very first phase was to get a base product. Now what we are looking forward to is being able to fortify this product that we are producing so that there can be a reduction of bulkiness of the product. So the farmer will not need to use as much organic fertilizer on their plots of land, but rather use less inputs and they can be able to get more yield. So now the next phase in our product development is more about fortifying the product and getting a more concentrated version of the product, now empowering the farmer in that way. And another way that we are also looking forward to is being able to actually being able to partner with cooperatives, farming cooperatives, to actually train the farmers so that they can be able to produce their own organic fertilizer. But again, the concentration that will be added on with the fortification is the actual value that we'll be able to bring to the farmer.
Thank you.
Pauline, please.
Yeah, thank you, Gisran, for your presentation. So from my understanding, many farmers will want to actually move to organic fertilizer, but they face the cost issue. You know, in your comparison, you're showing that your products are a bit affordable comparing to other ones. So I guess you're addressing this. And the second is really it's hard, it's hard to get enough volume of organic produce fertilizer. So how do you go from serving like farmers to a village to supplying the, even the bigger farmers? What's your roadmap to being able to achieve the scale and the growth that is needed to really make a difference?
So the way we are looking at this is to first start with the commercial farms. This would actually help to serve as demo farms. Now, the small scale farmers will be able to see the effects that the product is having on the crop yields from those large scale farms. So from there, we are now looking at being able to actually tap into the small scale farmers market. And our way to reach them is through the partnerships within the cooperatives. So here in Rwanda, I'm not sure if that's how it's done across Africa, but here in Rwanda, because most of the small scale farmers are actually grouped into small cooperatives so that they can bring their lands together and produce more. So we are looking at being able to reach out to them through those cooperatives and give them the subsidies, I would say the subsidies, so that they can have access to our product in large quantities at the same time, instead of like acquiring one small scale farmer one at a time, but rather if we can tap into those cooperatives of theirs, then it can be able for us to reach out to large numbers of small scale farmers at the same time, rather than acquiring one by one at a time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we have 2 more to go. Lunch is ready. The next 2 will be from South Africa. Can we continue, please? Are we tired? Are we tired?
Thank you so much.
Okay, before the next, please would like everybody to please rise. Please stand. Please stand. Everybody, please stand. Rise, please. Yes. You can stretch to the left, stretch to the right. Thank you. Everybody, please rise, stretch. Move your hand, your legs. Yeah, beautiful. Fantastic. Yeah, just 2 more and then we'll go for lunch. Okay, we may be seated now. That's fine. Thank you. More like it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, the next 2 online as well from South Africa. Miss Catherine, is she ready?
Yes,
4
ready.
minutes? Okay, great. You can hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Good. Your time starts now. 4 minutes.
Okay, good day. My name is Dr. Catherine Malherbe. I'm representing Medsol AI Solutions. The burden of disease in South Africa is well known when it comes to breast cancer. A large amount of our population do not have medical aid and they require access to specialist services. When it comes to the imaging infrastructure in South Africa, only 1 in 4 have imaging services. Looking more broader across in Africa, over 5 years, 2.5 million lives have been lost due to a lack of infrastructure and lack of education when it comes to breast cancer. Developing countries account for 84% of the global population, but only 12% of global health spending. This is where our solution comes in. We were one of the first to collaborate with internationally acclaimed Clarius wireless ultrasound probes, and we've embedded our Google Play Store app to provide on-site real-time differential diagnosis of breast cancer, to generate a report and to send to a referring physician within seconds. Our competitive advantage is that we boast a 97.6% accuracy rate. It's easy to use, it's 65% more cost effective, and it also includes free patient education. When looking at our competitors as GE Healthcare and Koyos Medical, they restrict their target markets to those high-end users and for the most expensive machines, where our system is able to be collaborated and provide a casting API onto any system, which means it's more accessible and available. We have started interest and piloting projects in Latvia. We've also started a piloting project in Colombia, and we are on initial talks to start market expansion in India and Egypt, as well as Kenya. Our revenue model is based on the sales of hardware, also the software being licensed, and our return on investment is expected by year 3 at a rate of 35% due to our strong KPIs. Our landscape for the next few years is that we have now finished screening at 1 of 10 clinics where we are currently rolled out, and we had a reach of 2,500 patients within 6 months at 1 clinic. We are going to start our ISO processes, and we're also releasing our second product of Wound AI app. By Q1 of 2026, we are hoping to have CE marking completed and FDA approval to start. Our financial projections show that the more the app is being used, the more cost-effective it is for the upkeep, as the upkeep of the app is at a very low usage rate for us, making sure that the net profit will increase exponentially. Our team has over 25 years software development experience, 20 years clinical experience, and business experience over 15 years. We have an international IP legal firm, Pinsent Masons, and also international business mentor. Our ask is 1.5 million euros. With this, we also require the expert of a CFO for our global market expansion, as well as a global business expert. Thank you.
Wow, that was very fast.
Short and sweet.
Thank you. So, questions now, please. Any question? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, wonderful presentation. So when you finally launch, if you're comfortable to share, you did mention that your solution is cost effective. So if you're comfortable to share, can we know what the unit cost of production is and what the unit cost of selling would be? And also, how does this compare with existing solution? Is it more affordable? Is it expensive? And pros and cons? Thank you.
Okay, I'm very excited to answer this question. I'll put it in perspective where it is in our current currency and market. So in South Africa, your entry-level ultrasound systems, they start at 350,000 per unit. Ours, which includes the software, the app, the training, is 120. So it's a third of the cost of what's currently in the market. but the value add is the same as the high-end users, which sell their products for 1.2 million and above.
Hello. All right, thank you. Any other question from the jurors, please? Okay. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Can you again maybe explain the role of AI within this? As far as I got it, you have a handheld, not high-end or high technical device. It sounds to be that it is connected to some AI background, and maybe you can elaborate about that.
Yes. So our AI system, we trained it on over 40,000 histologically confirmed breast cancer images. That's how we were able to get the high accuracy rate. How it works and what makes us the first in the world to have developed it. We were able to embed the casting API of Clarius's product onto our app. So during real-time scanning, any healthcare profession does not have to be a specialist, is able to have a real-time diagnosis on the screen during scanning. In other words, they do not need the expertise of specialists, which are more in the central parts of the city. It's almost like having a specialist on site to provide that accuracy. Having said that, also, the Clarius system, as cost-effective as it is, the quality is as good as your high-end systems. So the reduction in the cost is not giving away on any quality of imaging.
Bino, yes?
Yeah, thank you for the great pitch again. I have two questions. One is, I saw in your timeline that your, I don't know, FDA or regulatory approval comes only in 26, and you're already starting with pilot. Is that even allowed? And the second one is, like, what do you want to gain by visiting Switzerland?
So yes, the reason our piloting started in Eastern Europe in Latvia is that regulatory approval is not needed for piloting. So it's known as a common sandbox for startups to test it out. And they have the ideal landscape similar to what we have in South Africa. They have a lot of general practitioners in far outlying areas who require a specialist service at their sites. With that being said, the regulatory process for medical products take a long time. So we are regulatory approved in South Africa, but since we've had a massive international interest from other countries after winning the awards at G20 and also representing our country at the UN headquarters, we are now in the process of furthering it into ISO processes, which first needs to be done before we can emit into CE marking. And then the second question for the access to Switzerland. There are a few regulatory companies in Switzerland from which we can learn the approval processes and also understand the European market. Along with that, university collaborations for future pilot testing would also be an ideal collaboration for us. With that being said, it's also a collaboration of knowledge sharing between ourselves and also with Switzerland to be able to better footprint ourselves when we are going to make this global expansion. So we have the right set of tools and the right set of team before entering into that market.
Thank you.
Is that all for Ms. Catherine?
Pauline, please.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Very sweet and concise. So my understanding, my limited understanding, based on limited knowledge of this sector, is that one of the key challenges also around, breast cancer detection is linked to the pigmentation of different skin colors. Because some of the existing, tools are used, the sample testing was done on different type of people. And so did you also look at different shade pigmentation, and then from that perspective, would you then be able to use this as a part of positioning your product as well?
Yes, so it's actually a interesting and very common question that is asked to me. So Unfortunately, for any woman or man affected by breast cancer, it has no differentiation on your skin pigmentation. Breast cancer looks the same in all patients when it comes to ultrasound imaging. But having said that, the ultrasound subsets that we trained on was of all the demographics included, and it was from private to public, African, Caucasian, those of European descent. So it has a very wide width and breadth of data that we included. With skin pigmentation, it won't affect the clinical presentation, might differ, but when it comes to the ultrasound imaging, like beneath the surface, the imaging remains the same.
If I may follow up, actually, some of the things I came across was also linked to other innovations I have worked with. And actually the research was showing that, the whole issue around, false positive, false negative is linked to that.
Yes.
There's enough research around the pigmentation being linked to false positive or false negative.
False negative. When it comes to false positive and false negatives, it is more related to the breast density. There's actually new standpoints that's been set by ACR, the American College of Radiology. So they are the umbrella voice of reason for everyone in the field of imaging, if I can put it like that. And their latest research that they've sent out is that the reason for a high rate of false positives has to do with the breast density of patients. When it comes to the African population and younger population, they tend to have a higher density. So we're seeing a higher mortality rate, more and more patients in their 20s being diagnosed. And it's due to that realization, but also with that, besides the actual clinical presentation or the skin pigmentation, the major reason for the mortality is the lack of education in these rural areas. A lot of patients present late stage. So that's why our company also promotes a social impact by promoting education with community healthcare workers and the innovation. Doesn't help we have this great innovation and patients don't know when to come. So that's why we embed both for our company.
Thank you.
All right, Catherine, well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. So one more before lunch from South Africa, Mr. Asif Aziz. Asif Aziz, are you there?
Yes, good day. Hi there, everybody.
Okay,
My
good.
name is Ahmed Yassin. Yes,
All right.
Asif is busy with his thesis and I'll be representing Livix. So again, my name is Ahmed Yassin from Livix. We a fintech Web3 company that have created a few platforms in the past. And our latest platform that I'll be presenting today is Livix Quota, the future of asset ownership. In the traditional markets, the capital barrier in ownership of substantial assets, particularly in real estate, results in financial exclusion, limiting the access to investment opportunities for the large segment of the global population. By us introducing Livix Quota, this addresses the financial exclusion by enabling ownership of significant assets through tokenization. And in so democratizing investment opportunities, overcoming the traditional capital barriers, and leveraging Web3 to redefine and globalize finance. So what is fractional ownership? We transform high-value real-world assets into attainable shares. So as an example, if 10 of us in this room wanted to purchase a pizza for $100, it would be easier if we shared this and just put in $10 each. So multiple owners, one assets, we reduce the investment and utilize blockchain for swift, secure transactions. What can be fractionalized? We're looking at real estate, private equity, agriculture, renewable energy, and rare art. In fact, there's no limit to what can be tokenized for fractional ownership. We've hit the head in the nail on the head in terms of giving peace of mind to our end users from a regulatory and compliance perspective. So we've partnered with financial services providers for asset management, as well as top legal firm Schindler's in particular that has a global footprint and adheres to the legal standard, ensuring our DD on all assets. The impact on the global economy is we've got a dollar, less than $1 barrier to entry. Based on research, the market size by 2030 will be over $5 trillion. And what we do is we prefer, the mutual benefit is liquidity of asset owners and, excuse me a sec, liquidity of asset owners, affordable high value investments for the public. So the Uber of investments, if you will. The target market is institutional investors in order for them to diversify their portfolio, private investors for direct access, retail investors for low entry investments, and companies focusing on high transactions. In this space, we have multiple competitors that have shown which is the social proof that this does work. What we've done differently is obviously the barrier to entry, which I mentioned earlier is less than $1. What we've achieved in the past 12 months is over 1,000 community members that we've onboarded, strong partnerships with financial services and legal firms, as well as the actual assets, the fractional ownership assets in real estate, agriculture, and renewable energy sectors. Our revenue streams are multiple. Onboarding of each project has a fee, platform fees, as well as compliance fee per transaction. And our B2B side of things would be for us to tap into economies of scale with offering a white label solution to FSPs. The current revenue that we've generated is about $1 million, and we project to achieve between $10 and $15 million over the next 18 months. We've engaged Gartner to give us these stats where we aim to capture 10% of South Africa's market. Our team consists of operations, product owners, marketing specialists, as well as development. Our ask is to have a go-to-market partner that will assist us in geographically expanding over Africa, Europe, and the world eventually. That's Lew Explota, making assets more accessible.
Time up already. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. All right. The tradition is for us to ask him questions, please.
Yes.
The question? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Asif. So my question is, who make the governing decisions? Let's say you have 1,000 people invest in a particular real estate. That's a lot of investment portfolio for you to manage as a company, a lot of administrative work. So who make the governing decisions? And can you walk us through your solution? Let's say I want to buy a real estate token today. How do I go about it? Thank you.
Our platform is live in the market. In South Africa, we've raised over $100,000 worth of sales in assets that we've offered in real estate, renewable energy. Sorry, I didn't get the first part of your question.
Who make the governing decisions on how the physical assets are being used? So if you have 100 people invest in a real estate, who make the decisions on how you commercialize the real estate, for instance, or who makes those decisions?
So each asset goes through a stringent DD process, which has a feasibility attached. The assets have a shared ownership in terms of the developer as well as us in an SPV, and that's what we fractionally offer to the market. So it's predetermined and gives you a fixed return over a certain period. An average, for example, we have returns anywhere between 5 and 30% in different sectors. So it's governed from a perspective. These go through the financial services partners that we have as well as the legal.
Thank you.
If I may ask, what's
question?
the difference between your platform and every other platform or every other service provider that is offering tokenization of assets? Because there are quite some of competition around.
Yes, they are. So it's a good question. Thank you for that. What we've done differently is we've created the actual blockchain that we run, which is the foundation of the platform. And in doing so, we're in charge of the fees that are charged per transaction, which Our aim is for financial inclusion, and therefore we want to make this very easy for anybody to come into the platform. So our barrier to entry is as little as $0.5, 10 Rand in South Africa, and this makes it different and to everyone else that's out there.
Okay, any other question? Okay, one more online. Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I have the question mainly around like your team. Well, it was not very clear to me. And also, how do you aim to benefit from visiting Switzerland? I mean, Switzerland is probably a financial hub. There are a lot of such financial products as well. How do you see that this visit could benefit you and your startup?
So just to go over the team, we've got our marketing team that consists of Chaz, Megan, and Mikhail. We've got Asif that is doing his thesis his MBA is completing that. We've got Ziad in operations, Naeem in product owner, and we've got a dev team behind us as well. In terms of us benefiting in Switzerland, is EY has done has validated tokenization in Switzerland. I can share the article with you, which gives us confidence. We've also visited Austria last year for partners in development to find opportunities that we can tokenize. And we understand that this market is there and available for us.
Okay, thank you.
Good. That's all. Okay, great. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me. We've had a nice time, right? We've learned a whole lot. Am I correct? If I fail to introduce lunch now, any other thing that I say may not be correct. I'm also hungry myself. Yes, so we need to go for lunch now. A round of applause for ourselves, please. Thank you. I think it's been awesome. Thank you. Ushers, I think we will make use of this door. Can we leave that door open, please? It's a bit strong. Thank you. Okay, so please, Mr. Eric, please, can you kindly lead? Let's leave that door. Okay, the two doors open, please. Thank you. It's a bit strong. So you have ushers that will lead you through the venue for the lunch. Let's rise, please. Thank you. Mr. Tyler, please. After you. All right, let's rise, please. Thank you. I can assure you your properties are safe, all right? It's fine if you have your phone, you can leave it. Absolutely fine. Thank you. This is Unilag. They don't steal in Unilag. Yes. I've never heard anyone complain, you know. Thank you.
Hello? 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 Okay. This is working fine.
Two, two, one, two, sound check, one, two, two. Are we good? Okay.
Sorry, can we get the... Want to try it? I hope the battery is still in there. Hello, hello. Please, we'd like everybody outside to come in, please. We're running out of time. Please come in, come in, come in. Be seated. Thank you. Please, ushers, get in touch with everybody outside. We want to begin. We still have a lot to do. Ushers, please tell everyone outside to come in. Let's continue, please. Okay, we still have more people. Please come in, come in. Let's continue. Professor Adebisi, please come in so that we can continue. Multimedia, are we good? Multimedia, please, are we good? We can roll. So we're moving to the next. I can still see a lot of people outside. Please come in. We're running out of time, please. Thank you. Yeah, multimedia, please. We're going to the next. Are we good? Okay, we're good. Can we please switch on the timer, please? Multimedia, the timer is not on here. Okay, are we good? Thank you. All right. Up next is Miss Elaine Nell. Please, can we put our hands together for her, please? Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can I quickly see by a show of hands who here is currently using a microalgae product every day of their lives? You? Anyone? No one? Quickly, I only have 4 minutes. I have to go home now. No, in 2018, the same question was asked at the European Microalgae Industry Summit, and no hands went up. 5 years on, and the picture looked totally different, and that's microalgae. So microalgae actually, it acts like plants, but it doubles in hours instead of weeks like plants, and it's much more versatile than plants. So it's a very good source of protein, carbohydrate, lipids, even pigments, and it's used as various ingredients like food supplements, animal feed. It can also be used as biostimulants. Microalgae that alcoholics will produce will be from species that's rich in antioxidants. And yeah, we hope to be able to sell the high protein species as well. So the microalgae market is sitting at 11.8 billion. It's expected to double within the next 10 years. And it's got a CAGR of 8%. So as you can see, many countries is actually well established microalgae industry. It's just South Africa. We are lagging. We are actually nowhere. So cancer is a critical issue in South Africa. We have got increasing cases. We need antioxidants. Antioxidants will reduce the free radicals in our bodies. In terms of protein, our protein needs are increasing as our population grows. The problem with that is that we'll eventually run out of land, don't you think? And it's our responsibility to actually be proactive on this and start to produce our proteins more sustainably. So alcoholics will capitalize on that's a very nice picture, don't you think? So alcoholics will capitalize on the growing demand for microalgae derived antioxidants. And with its more effective molecular structure, it's actually very sought after. On the protein side, we have identified a strong demand by the food industry where they are looking for a locally produced, clean label, non-allergenic and a sustainable product. And we will supply our product to the in bulk protein to the food industry. The antioxidants will be sold to the health and wellness markets. Yeah, so Alcoholics is our whole business model hinges on the value proposition of microalgae. And we really believe that our product will be a better quality than what is currently out there in South Africa, product from China and the likes. And we will be able to supply to our local clients. That's an untapped market. So yeah, we're also scaling up now currently to 20,000 liters. To you, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it is if every single cell needs to face the sun. We're projecting a $600,000 turnover per annum, 240,000 will be profit. 78% of that would be the gross profit, and we anticipate a break even of 37.5% of our total volume. Oh. So where we are now, our little ticks, by the way, we've established a laboratory. We've scaled up twice, and now we're attempting the 20,000 liters, and still going strong. We anticipate to be growing by 2025 in June.
Time up.
Oh, you lie, time's up. Okay.
Questions, please. All right, go ahead. Okay, you raised first. Yeah.
Maybe you can tell us something about your team.
Yeah, the team is actually it started as a one-man team, and the one-man team didn't know anything about microalgae, but Google is my friend. And so we are now a full 5 people, and we aim to have 7 people in the next near future. We get our technical support from the University of Cape Town, which is yeah, they actually very helpful. And yeah, that's our team.
An additional question. For how long are you already in the market? And is your market currently only in South Africa or in different countries?
So we've only done the scale up now. We are in that process. So our product is not currently in the market. We foresee to be in the market June by 2025. So we first want to find our feet by starting small with the 20,000 liters that we are aiming for. So we'll use the South African market as our testing ground. And we would want to develop that market in any case, because we've seen what happens in COVID. And so we would like to then extend it to other different countries.
And one last question: how do you sell it? Is it a supplement?
Yes.
Or is it in pills?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So there's 4 different strains that we grow, and the plan is to grow all of them. So the whole module development and design is so that we can be flexible and grow all 4 strains at the same time. And so then we will have one product containing all those species. And then that's on the antioxidant side, but we will sell to the food industry bulk packed proteins.
If I may ask, compared to your competitors, looking on a global level, where do you see your advantages compared to market competitors in Asia as well as in Southern Europe, because there are quite some companies already working on the massive production of microalgae.
So I believe in South Africa, we have got very favorable weather opposed to Europe. And we also have cheaper labor. So we'll be able to actually capitalize on that. And yeah, but I do think that there's different competition as well. I mean, from other Southern American countries where they've also have sunshine. But I didn't get to that bit of the slide, but there's some innovation that we are working on to actually, it's all about being more, having higher yields at a lower cost. That's all it's about. And that's where our innovation is lying. So we've implemented some interesting solar geyser technology in our plant, and that stabilizes our temperature very, very nicely. And then we've also implemented some, or actually we worked on it and the groundwork has been done, but using in the food industry, you get a technique, it's aseptic packaging. And we use that to actually increase our yields. And then so we've done various things. We've worked on waste streams. Luca Brett, that is here, that's going to talk about, they have very nice waste that comes off from their meat processing bioreactors, and we will use that. It works very well to actually feed the microalgae. So there's various plans to have a higher yield and have a lower cost.
So this program is half Swiss. What can you offer the Swiss market?
So again, just like I've said, it will be a product that once it's fully made, then we have 4 species in one capsule, which covers all the vitamins and minerals. So it's a very diversified product. And I have seen ones that people are starting to do it, but they are buying these in, and we want to really boast about the fact that we manufacture all of it ourselves. We have control over that quality process. The next question must be, where do we want to go? To Switzerland?
Next one online.
We want to go to the Paul Scherrer Institute, please. You guys must know what that is.
I think you have one more online. Thank you. That'll be the last one.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you for the great presentation, and we are not that far away from Paul Scherrer Institute. I'm representing EMPA here, which is a very similar institute. My question is more on, you mentioned that you get some research support from University of Cape Town. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what kind of support or let's say research exchange you're having with the University of Cape Town?
So I have an employee that is a chemical engineer, and she works in their laboratories. So she's working constantly with them, and we're doing research together with the university, and we come up with nice ideas. And that's basically, more on a research level that we get support from them. There's other support that I get from private companies, industrial engineers, mechanical engineers who's supporting the project. But from the university side, we look at the actual research. The stressing of the antioxidants is quite involved. They help us with that. So there's a lot of research that's going on with them.
Thank you.
Hello.
I had a question as well, or it's too late.
Another question?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to know, do you know a company called SASBI Bio in South Africa? Because they also claim to be the first, microalgae company, and they seem to have some traction, because you mentioned there's no one else who has done this in South Africa.
As far as I know, they are from, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
So as far as I know, that company is from Simondium, but they've closed down, as far as I know.
Okay, okay.
Say the name again, please.
SALBIO, so SALBIO refinery.
So they, isn't that the company that's in Simondium in Stellenbosch area, but they closed down. There's a whole lot of plants in the raceway ponds at the moment.
Okay, so my follow-up question is, so this sounds like a really bigger project. So you mentioned the stage, but you didn't mention how much money you're raising. How do you get there? How do you get from where you are to where you want to head?
So
how much will this cost? Do you know that?
Yes, so we want to expand on the 4 modules that we're currently building. So there's if I could show you a picture of the module, there's 520 glass tubes, 3 meters tall, and we want to actually fill our whole land to capacity to include 20 of those modules, and that's quite a hefty price. And then we want to also expand on our current innovations that we are working on, and a lot of the money will go into that.
So how much money do you know, or you don't need money maybe to do that? You already have, investors on board for this?
Yes, we have investors on board. We currently have about 600, between $600,000 and $700,000, if I have to convert it to dollars, that's going into the project, and that's just actually to prove a concept. So the actual business will start when we get the next apply for a next funding round. That's when the actual big scale up will happen. But what we're trying to achieve with our first now current scale up is to make one module work. Let it work perfectly. It will be much easier to obtain further funding if we can prove that our innovative module is working.
Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Moving on to the next. Miss Leah Wilson Besser, the Novo Food Labs, Agritech. A round of applause, please. Let me just say this quickly. It's 4 minutes. We will try as much as possible to reduce the questions, please. The questions should not exceed 5 minutes, please. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Sorry about my voice. It decided to stay in Cape Town. Today, we are no longer limited by how we produce our food by nature. Hi, I'm Dr. Leah Besser, and I'm the CSO of Novo Food Labs, and I'm going to tell you how we're leveraging biotechnology to revolutionize the food space. Next. The food system is one of the most unsustainable systems in the world, and it's only getting worse as we trend towards 10 billion people. Thank you. Animal agriculture is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. And luckily for us, the technology of these problems is it's called precision fermentation. And it's a technology that we can use to create animal products without any animals being involved. We do that by inserting the DNA of an animal protein into a yeast, and we ferment it to produce a nature-identical animal protein. This incredible technology allows us to produce protein, which is typically very scarce when harvested from nature. A very good example of this is a protein called lactoferrin. It's very, very vital in infant nutrition, and it's found in very small concentrations in milk, making it incredibly expensive and very inaccessible to a lot of people. Introducing nanoferrin, Novo's animal-free version of lactoferrin. Using precision fermentation, we can make nanoferrin more accessible, more affordable, more sustainable, and most importantly, animal-free. While the infant nutrition market is one of the biggest and most impactful markets that we want to tackle, we're going to start with sports nutrition because nanoferrin has been shown to improve recovery and performance in athletes. But we didn't stop there. Just just imagine the possibilities that you now have, that you have access to these very scarce proteins. This is where our protein innovation platform was born. We can now efficiently take two compounds and combine them to improve the functional and nutritional capacity of these ingredients. This is Neuro. Neuro is an ingredient that we have created with our bioinformatics platform. We have effectively combined two ingredients together to improve the functionality, and now this ingredient can effectively cross the blood-brain barrier and transport nutrients directly to your brain. Our big market that we're starting with is the sports nutrition market in the US because of its immense size and its appetite for new ingredients. Our business model is a hybrid of a B2B model where we produce our own in-house ingredients using precision fermentation, and then we sell this directly to our customers. We currently have 3 LOIs for nanoferrin. We then also develop specific ingredients for customers using our bioinformatics platform. And this is how Neuro was created. We have a founding team of 4 with backgrounds in protein biochemistry, science, business, and engineering. And today we have grown to a team of 10. These are our investors, collaborators, corporate partners, and university collaborators who have joined us on our journey thus far, where we have raised $2.5 million in grants and equity financing. We are now raising $4 million in our seed round to continue scaling and bring on more partners and collaborators. We are also looking for more research collaborators and corporate partners so that we can improve on our bioinformatics platform and implement our technology in pilot projects. Are you ready to transform the future of food with us?
So we'll move to questions now. 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, quick presentation. What's your regulatory milestone like? How many regulatory approvals have you gotten, and how are you navigating the regulatory space in North America and even in Africa?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in the US, we go through the FDA approval, the GRAS notice. So for the precision fermented ingredients, we have a dossier which takes ingredients produced using this technology have been, so it's a pretty straightforward process. We're currently putting our dossier together with all the data. So that'll take about another 9 to 12 months for the US. The EU is obviously a lot more challenging. So they have the novel foods regulation. We use the same data and we just submit it to the EU and it just takes 3 times longer. In South Africa, if we can prove that it's nature identical, which it is, we can go to market pretty easily. We just need to declare that it's a GMO product and show that the place where we have produced it follows the GMO regulations for biohazards and security. So South Africa is a pretty easy market for us to penetrate.
Any other question, please? For those online, any other question?
Yeah, I would like to ask
No
about
question.
I would like to ask about what is the Swiss market fit of your product?
Oh yes, that's much better. Yes, Switzerland is actually a very great market for us. It's not our first market, mainly because of regulations. But when you consider the companies that we want to target, Nestle is #1. They're the biggest consumers of lactoferrin, specifically for infant formula. So we have been in discussions with them, and we're currently submitting samples and showing the nature identical composition of our lactoferrin. So they would be our first primary consumer. But aside from that, there's a couple of other interesting companies, specifically on the fragrance and flavor side. Our bioinformatics platform is really tailored to solve a lot of the problems that come with stability and delivery in the body. So they're a really interesting space for us to start tackling as well. Switzerland also has really great manufacturing options. Beulah is a really cool company, and they're very innovative in how they develop machinery. So they're a company that we're talking to that we will be looking at more for further down the line for scale. And then the universities, what I really love about the Swiss universities is they take quite a multidisciplinary approach, which is sort of what we're doing as well. We've got bioinformatics, we've got precision fermentation, we've got food, and Switzerland's really tailored to combining a lot of these sciences together which is why we're interested in the Swiss universities. There they are.
Thank you.
I can only press the button.
That's okay, I heard you.
So what does your product look like, or your prototype look like now?
Yeah, so at the moment it's a powder, but in very, very, very small quantities. So it's a liquid which we then purify out. Currently, it's freeze dried, and we're currently running spray drying trials for a more commercially viable option. But our samples that we're sending out at the moment are freeze dried powders. It's a beautiful, beautiful pink color. It's known as liquid gold, so because it's very, very, very expensive.
All right, I think we're good. Okay, please, a round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Well done. Well done. Is that for me? Oh, okay. So we'll move to the next. The next will be Miss Shirley Caroline, if I got that correctly. It's a long name. I should not call it. How do you pronounce it? Say that again? Oh, beautiful. When next time I meet you, I'll pronounce it that way. Can we put our hands together for her, please? Thank you. Sorry, take it back, take it back. Thank you. Hello. Your time starts now.
Pioneer Natural Solution Tissue Clearing of Bone and Cartilage. My name is Kiulebohile Mutaung. Approximately 9.9 million sports injuries and 7 million fractures are estimated per annum in South Africa. Torn ligament, such as dislocated joint ligaments, bone fracture, can lead to osteoarthritis. We have developed two products, La Africa Sutha, I've got it here if you want to test it, which is an anti-inflammatory ointment that you applied before and after physical activity. And we have also developed another product, the plant-based morphogenetic factor implants, which could replace allograft and autograft, which are the current gold standard. We have secured a patent in South Africa and also in Europe, been granted. And then the name of the patent is the plant-derived medicinal composition, and it believes to have the anti-inflammatory properties and also to stimulate collagen type 2. This patent is granted in South Africa and in Europe, and to show a shift in paradigm of the medical use. Our market in South Africa alone, bone graft is estimated $3.3 million. Africa 10 million, global 9.9, sports injury 1.6. And we do have a solution that can really replace bone and tissue engineering that we have already developed. This was the best moment of my entire life when I started with my product. The 2018 to 2029, I was able to raise 800K grant that I was able to use it for prototype testing and able to sell my initial units for 500. Best 2021-23, I was able to sell these products 2,500 units and be able to grant it a European patent and start with the animal clinical study. 2024, we are raising an investment for protocol to SAPRA and to start with our phase 1 clinical trial. Our competitive advantage are compared to Striker Biotech, we are natural products. We can use this as a scaffold. You can use this as an ointment, can stimulate collagen type 2, and it's also affordable, especially to the African movement. Looking at our financial projection, if you inject 10 million US, this is where we are able to get in terms of our revenue. Our team consists of scientists, more than 10 years experienced scientists, herbalists, pharmacists, and PRO. Partnerships, I'm not going to read them. This is our partners that we have always been working with them. But we're raising for 10 million, 70% phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trial, 30% for commercialization. And we're also looking for strategic investors and contract distributor partners in Europe. I thank you.
So questions, please. Any question? Online, any question? All right.
Yeah. Can you shed more light on your unique selling propositions? How is your product different from what's available in the market? How do you use it for bone grafting? Can you talk more your solution, please?
Thank you so much for that. My competitors, I've got Medtronics, I've got Stryker, I've got AIT-SASBI. AIT-SASBI, they use a pig bone. And for those that are allergic to pig, that can be a problem. I go to Medtronics and Stryker. They use recombinant protein. Africa, South Africa, we won't be able to afford bone morphogenetic protein. It's very costly. We go back. Africa is rich with native flora. That's why we use natural products that can actually induce or regenerate bone and cartilage. That's what differentiates us from the others.
Thank you.
I can go for this one as well because we do have, so that you know, because it's 2 products. This one is also competing with the osteoids, with the rubber. What makes mine completely different is the patent, which has already been granted. And this one you can apply it before physical and after activity, before and after, compared to the one in the market that you only apply when you are ahead. This one is the preventative, so that you can go and do your workouts, look good for summer body without starting complaining about your muscles.
Well said. Thank you. Any other question, please?
I have some question online. Thank you again for your presentation. I would like to understand where you are with your product development, because I see somewhere on the slide that you have done some preclinical trial, and at the same time I also see that you have produced more than 2,500 units of your product. But if you don't have the approval to use them, I mean, where they are being used, are they really being used to test in animals? How far are you with your development, and how quickly you think you can get the approval so that you can then use it also for the humans?
Thank you so much for the question, because I've got 2 products. I'm going to start with the one that has already been tested and approved, which I'm just waiting for SAPRA, South African Health Regulatory Authority, to give us that. This one, the Africa, so there is a pity you are not here, so that I can show it to you how beautiful the product looks like. It has already been tested in the animal, and it was the one that has already been used. Just to show who are the clients that are using it. The South Africa Rugby, I'm proud to say so, they were using my product. South African soccer team, Bafana Bafana, it was also tested when I was doing. If you go to the website, www.globalhealthbiotech.co.za, you'll be able to see what the reviewers are saying about the products that have already been used. Now, the second one is the one that I'm using, is the plant-based. This is the one that I have just started with the preclinical, the animal study, which I am now raising funds so that it can go to the clinical trial. That is also the one that I'll also have to apply to SAPRA to be able to register it.
Okay.
The other one, the green one, is already trading in terms of that one.
Yeah, thank you. And again, the usual question, how do you think you will benefit from the visit to Switzerland?
Number one, with the vision to Switzerland, if you look at bone, if you look at sports injury, it affects even European and non-European countries, which both of us, when we work together, we can come with a solution that both countries or both can be able to benefit. For Switzerland, I'm looking for, which I've already started, one of the pharmaceutical company that we can even start extracting growth factors, which I've already started from the plants that we can also be able to commercialize in terms of that. So that's where I'm seeing how we can, with the Swiss market, be able to work together. And also looking for the distribution market in terms of the products that I've already developed, where perhaps the Swiss, they do more or less the same what I am doing so that we can all work together.
Thank you.
All right, I think that'll be all. A round of applause, please. Oh, are you taking it away? Hope it's free. Okay. All right. We'll introduce the next person. The next person will be Mr. Tamsanka Chiliza, yes. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Chiliza, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tami Chiliza. I'm representing Ikakasi Biotech. COVID-19 and the worldwide lockdown has demonstrated to us the problem that we have in Africa, the lack of local companies that produce biological reagents. These reagents can be used in diagnostics, they can be used in clinical research, can be used in imaging diseases, as well as building emergency capacity for Africa. The solution that we are providing at Ikakasi Biotech is using a chicken as a bioreactor. We are able to make these reagents, make antibodies. These antibodies can then be used in diagnostics, therapeutics, and research applications. Our target market in South Africa is the in vitro diagnostics market. This market is estimated to be about 1.546 billion. And then we are targeting mainly the antibody and related reagents imports. We are targeting 5% share of that, which currently is sitting at $500 million US. And we are also looking at partnering with Africa CDC in building a diagnostic capacity for Africa for future pandemics. And then what will follow after this, because our antibodies, we are also interested in developing therapeutics for the global market. This market is estimated at $215 billion per year. And our competitive advantage is that our method is cost effective and antibodies derived from our method, they are highly robust, they are selective, highly sensitive, and then reliable. And our platform can produce antibodies both for diagnostics and therapeutic applications. Currently, we are developing reagents for these diagnostic test kits. This begins with development of antigens, antibodies, and then these will then be incorporated into a diagnostic test kit, which will undergo clinical evaluation. Once this has passed the clinical evaluation, then it will be registered with SAPRA. And we're looking at commercializing this from business to business. Currently, we have 4 products that we are developing: the RSV test kits, SARS-CoV test kits, influenza A and influenza B. We are looking at taking this to clinical evaluation in the beginning of 2025 next year. Currently, we are offering contract R&D service to other players in the space. We are also targeting the diagnostic reagents markets, specifically diagnostic companies where we will supply these reagents for incorporation into their test kits. In terms of revenue or financial projections, we are looking at being profitable in 3 years period from now on. And we are here asking for $1.89 million investment. This will be used for our IGY manufacturing facility, for our new product pipeline, as well as for operational cost for up to a period of 3 years. The team consists of myself. I have over 19 years experience in developing of biologics, mainly antibodies and antigens. I have 2 research scientists that I work with. There's an advisory team with an IP lawyer, business development advisor, and scientists who are technical advisors based on the projects where they offer their expertise and guide the team. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, please. Any question? Online?
Thank you for your great piece. I think you address important topic. My question is how you are going to compete with, let's say, players like AstraZeneca, who have actually benefited quite a lot after the COVID vaccine and actually managed to have a lot of traction. How you are going to compete with almost no seed funding so far?
I think the term competitor is something that is in the vocabulary in the space that we are in. In fact, these are our potential partners where we can partner with, we can co-develop some of the products, we can work together. In fact, we don't see big companies as a threat to us, especially all the ones that I mentioned as competitors. There is an opportunity to collaborate, co-work together, and learn from them. They've been around much longer than us. We believe in the therapeutic space. There's so much we can learn from them. We can develop candidates. They can take it to the market. I think that's where we are looking at. We are not looking at them as a threat to us.
And also regarding collaboration, where do you see a potential collaboration opportunity in Switzerland?
Okay, in Switzerland, there is a specific technology that we are interested on that will allow us to enter the therapeutics market. But also there are other biotechnology players that we would like to interact with that have been around the space much longer than us. We're hoping to learn from them. We're hoping to commercialize some technology from Switzerland and also build relationships so we can co-develop and also be part of the ecosystem of the Switzerland industry, specifically interested in respiratory diseases and diseases such as cancer, which are problematic or one of the leading causes of death in Switzerland. That's the relationship we're looking at building with Switzerland part.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is that all, please? Right, a round of applause for him, please. Thank you. The next person will be number 14, Mr. Colenius Kano Semakalo. Okay, where are you from? Oh, South Africa. Oh, good. Yeah, that's fine. Leave my hand, it's okay. All right. Can we readjust the time, please? 4 minutes. Okay, good. Yeah, that's fine.
Analyst, the Chief Science Officer at Iraka Biotech. Now, 18 months post the COVID vaccine development, these priorities emerged with less than 21.5% vaccine coverage in Africa compared to over 90% in high-income countries. Now, this, when you couple it to the rise in antimicrobial drug resistance, underscores a pressing need for us to have accessible vaccines for both animals and humans. Now, the urgency for this need is further compounded by a 300% increase in antimicrobial drug resistance and the demand for meat, with over 8 billion people requiring close to 0.5 billion tons of meat annually. Now, this scenario creates a stage for a critical intervention. Focusing on the veterinary vaccines market alone, particularly in underserviced regions such as those in Africa, Asia, and South America, presents an opportunity to impact a market worth over 15 billion euros and in turn make a significant impact to societal health. In Africa alone, the demand for veterinary vaccines is really big, specifically in the chicken area, with markets such as South Africa requiring vaccines worth over 103 million euros annually. Now, this presents not just a business opportunity, but a chance to make a substantial difference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to introduce one of our solutions, PIT. PIT is a combination of photonics modules and AI for precise pathogen inactivation. So PIT is not just an innovation, it's a chance for us to rethink how vaccines are developed. PIT is quick, fast, it's environmentally friendly, and generates vaccines that enable robust immune responses. Now, we see PIT as a step towards a future where vaccines are more accessible, cost-friendly, and much purer. Our validation journey shows how effective PIT is. And because of this, we believe that we can be able to bring accessibility as well as affordability in the area of vaccines in communities that have been this type of intervention. We've mapped out our entry into the market, looking at collaborations and partnerships, but with the critical aim of creating a legacy of innovation, health, and security that spans the globe. We're committed to ensuring that our vaccines remain accessible and priced correctly so that they remain accessible for the communities that need them the most without compromising on quality or efficacy. Then there is players in this area, both local and international, but Iraq stands out for its quality, effectiveness, affordability, agility, and efficacy. So with our current aim is to capture 8% of the South African market. And based on that, we project that we're on a trajectory to make close to at least about 5 million euros by 2019. So behind us, or behind this vision, is a team of dreamers and doers and experts in science, business, and law, each one contributing to a mission far bigger than all of us. So this vision or the mission has really been supported by these partners. We're really grateful for them. And at this point, we've raised 1 million euros of the 1.5 million euros we need to get us to the next stage. So our mission this year is to raise the remaining 500,000 to get us to test our get-to-market strategy. Well, thank you very much.
Good. Questions, please. Online, any question? Okay. Karen.
Thank you for a very, very good presentation. It just looks like so little money that you're raising at the moment. Until when do you have the runway on your current funding that you have?
Okay.
How long will that last you?
So the current funding we have should last us about 3 years, but it's mainly tailored towards R&D. But we're at the point whereby we're ready to share our innovation with the world. We're ready to share it with laboratories at universities so that they're co-creators, because we can create vaccines for each and every pathogen. If we had to do that, it would take longer for the people that need it the most. But with the ask that we're looking for is for us to make a few more PIC systems available and then place them at other institutions that are capable of doing microbiology, virology type of research, as well as develop these protocols. So
I've got a follow-on question on that. Do you know what the cost per, if I've got a micro lab and I want to buy one of your units, what will it cost me?
Right now, we're looking at a pricing of about 15,000 US dollars. Yes.
Let me just go for it. Yeah, can you talk more about your solution? How do you use AI in your production of vaccines? And what's your plan for commercialization?
Okay.
I mean, your business model.
All right. So our unit. All right. So when you're making the inactivations, there's lots of things that really happening in there. And we believe that it's important to keep an audit trail of everything that is happening in there. Why is that important? Because when we our model, our plan, our future plan is to really decentralize vaccine production so that we include local isolates of importance. And for us to do that and to have a good relationship with the regulator, there needs to be an audit trail. And we believe that AI can actually give us that type of an audit trail. And for instance, if a protocol is being developed, say in Switzerland for a pathogen like Ebola, and that unit is available in a site in, say, in South Africa or Uganda, that protocol can be sent over to those regions where they can actually produce that vaccine. And the intricacies behind all of that is managed by AI. Then in terms of you mentioned about the advantages. You wanted
commercialization.
Oh, okay.
What's your business model?
Okay. So our business model follows licensing, where we get into partnerships with universities as well as other vaccine manufacturers. to host the system and use it in vaccine production. It's easily integratable into that space. Then the other model is that using the system, we can already start catering to the needs of the emergency vaccines market, which is a critical need in Africa. I'll give an example. If you look at the fish industry, there is less than 1% of vaccines for the fish on the continent. And we've seen what vaccines do in instances like Norway, where the industry is really thriving. So the system can be made available for emergency vaccines as it stands. Then we plan that by 2026, some of these targets that we're looking at would have been licensed. So that means we can actually trade commercially for some of these targets. So that's our entry.
Thank you. Any other question?
Online, offline.
8 seconds.
Hi,
Okay.
thanks so much for a great presentation. I wanted to understand better the slide on the financial projection. So you're showing that you will be making about 5 million by 2029.
Yes.
Is this based on injection of 1.8 million, or what's can you walk us through that slide?
Okay. So I don't know, I can see it. Okay.
What are the assumptions behind this slide?
Sorry. So we're looking at our projected book value of about 5 million euros. But if we look at the using a DFC model, we project, we see ourselves having a valuation close to 12 million euros.
Thank
and
you.
it's just
Time up.
on capturing 8% of the.
Thank you. Time up. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you, well done. I need to be fair, huh? Well done. All right, quickly to the next. Number 15, Mr. Sange Mafinyongwana, Leno Kids. Okay, good. All right, thank you. Good.
Okay, perfect. Imagine a world where every child, like Likuwe, can read, write, and dream without limits. Our journey at Lino Kids is to turn these dreams into reality. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Sange from Lino Kids, where we turn dreams into reality. Did you know that in South Africa, a staggering 82% of grade 4 learners cannot read for meaning? This crisis spans across Africa and signaling an urgent call to action. Our mission at Lino Kids isn't just national, it's continental, aiming to address a crisis that affects millions of children across Africa. With millions at risk, our potential market is vast. We are not just targeting children in need, we are more or less targeting children and futures that are waiting to be rewritten to make an impact in our future's generation. So what's Lino Kids? Lino Kids offers a gamified learning platform that adapts to the child's level of understanding. Through games, videos, and classes, kids learn joyfully. And the best part, parents can monitor their child's progress, ensuring a supporting learning environment. Why WhatsApp, right? By the statistics, we found out that over 7 billion of people use WhatsApp more or less daily. And this is a very good market for us to actually tap into. In collaboration with the University of the Western Cape, we have aligned our gamified content with the school curriculum. So our platform combines gamification and technology to create a unique learning experience. Our impact is tangible, from impacting 725 individuals to reaching over 700 people online and generating income of 8,800 euros, fueling our mission. Through empowering communities and children, we are affecting SDG 4, 8, and 9, making a measurable, lasting difference.
By introducing a 7-day free trial, we are inviting families into the LinoKids premium journey and enlightening them and encouraging them into a seamless transition into our paid services. We also do offer tutoring services for kids aged 5 to 13 years old, more or less diversifying our revenue stream. Our market is simple, yet effective, right? Our strategy looks at we engage, we educate, and empower. Through targeted outreach and partnerships, we are making our impact and expanding our reach daily. So what sets us apart? What sets us apart is an AI-driven WhatsApp platform, personalized learning paths driven by AI, personalized learning, and curriculum alignment, ensuring that we are making a next revolution for learning for the next children. So this is our team. Our team consists of passionate and expertise that are unmatched, driven by the mission to make the next generation of future leaders. We are supported by a robust business advisory board and strategic partnerships that ensure that our journey is seamless and we do reach and make the impact you are looking for. So now, we are seeking and asking for 25,000 euros to scale our impact across Africa. Your support can help us enhance our technology, curriculum development, market and outreach, and community building. With LinoKids, learning isn't just educational, it's an adventure. So now, join us in making a world where every child can read for many, a world where dreams are only a beginning. I thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
Exactly 4 minutes. Juries, please, questions. Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I want to ask, how do you go about content development? Do you have in-house subject facilitators or you outsource your content? Then hardware, insufficient hardware and internet connectivity still remains a big issue when it comes to scaling EdTech in Africa. What are your current plans to go around that?
Thank you so much.
The hardware and insufficient internet
Perfect.
connectivity.
Thank you so much for the two questions. Firstly, looking at curriculum development, we have partnered with the University of the Western Cape, mainly the education faculty, where we have the faculty managers, one of our business advisors. We have a full team of content creators, where we have an expert who has been in education for 25 years. And we also have 3 content creators that ensure that the content that we curate is aligned with the school curriculum. And the most important part is making it gamified and enjoying, whereby we do have people that are focused on the research, that have the necessary skills to create a very curated learning environment. And ensuring that the curriculum that is based is related to the school curriculum, which is kept currently within the context. But the main aim is to scale and to look into other curriculums and diversifying our impact by creating targeted policies for the services. And then looking at the other question, sorry, may you please repeat the other question?
Yeah, so how do you go about limited internet connectivity and insufficient hardware?
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's one of the issues that we've more or less received when we were piloting. And we found that most of the schools, they don't, more or less the kids that we're targeting don't have a platform, right? Like a tablet. So the main aim is to create a unique learning environment by including and involving parents into their childhood training, whereby they use their phone, use WhatsApp, and more or less to take the child toward the platform. In the case of there's no device, we partner with schools. We also partner with libraries, whereby they have computer systems, whereby the children will be able to actually engage and learn the platform. We also do have online services. We partner with more or less programs like Africa to Kant, whereby we go online, we have book reading sessions, we have offline content that more or less helps the kid to be engaged while not having a platform.
Just 2 more follow-up questions. So you mentioned you have a team of 40 content creators. So I'm concerned about your business model and commercialization. I'm guessing you pay these content creators. Then how do you also deal with the low lifetime value of customers? Because you're dealing with, I think, early childhood or K-12. So how do you go about commercialization and your paying content creators?
Okay, perfect. So yeah, that's another reason of that. That's the reason why we looked into another revenue stream, which is tutoring service, to more or less support the business model to ensure that we diversify, be able to actually pay the staff and ensure that the operations are stable. Another concept that we're looking into is creating augmented reality books, whereby it's mainly curated for kids that don't have access to the platform. Whereby we sell these books, they get the books, you take a picture, using the phone, you scan it out, and then you'll be able to actually see
and the animal or something like that. More or less another way for us to increase sales and have another revenue stream. And the money that we've created so far, we also have raised funding, partnered with Ford, partnered with MTN, and some of our organizations that more or less help us and sustain the business.
May I ask two questions from my side as well? First of all, I see your approach for now is B2C. Could you also imagine a model where you have a B2B model, to scale up to have more customers pooled over certain distributors? That's the first question. Second question is, what has it all to do with Switzerland?
Okay, perfect. So the first question is, firstly, is to try to get an active user base, customer base, at least 5,000 users active, so that we'll be able to actually enroll our business model. And what we've been doing so far is piloting it. And another stream that we're looking at is partnering with schools and rolling it out as a service to schools for the children that are in need and don't have access to the mobile phones. Looking at Switzerland, in collaboration last year when we were in Netherlands, we partnered with Epilepsy. It's a startup company in Switzerland, whereby they mainly provide a platform to help kids that have epilepsy. So that's another useful market that we're looking into. As we found that Switzerland is one of the 5 countries in the world that have a huge customer base in WhatsApp, which makes it easy for us to transition and to be able to target those kids in that space.
If there's still a bit more time, I've got a question for you. Have you tested or done trials to see if your product actually changes the outcome for kids? Have you done before and after studies?
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, we've piloted the program with 725 children so far.
Unfortunately, his time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Well done. Thank you. All right, quickly to the next. Miss Getel Kula. Is she here? Okay, good. All right.
Let's see how this goes. As soon as we open that up. I see our timer is running in the meantime. Welcome to NanoScene, where we design polymer tools enabling researchers and industry to discover and identify potential drug targets for human disease. Now, understanding these targets is essential in new therapeutic design. So, obesity, depression, cancer, all of these conditions still require a lot of research and understanding for researchers and drug developers to design new therapeutics. It's essential to know what the affected cells look like. So finding the right therapeutic is essential in designing the correct key in unlocking these cells. In 2022, 90% of clinical drug development failed due to a oversight in drug target identification and validation thereof. Now, the drug development is a long, costly, and high-risk process that can span over 10, 15 years and cost between $1 and $2 billion for a single therapeutic to be approved for clinical development. The leading cause of these high failure rates are due to the misrepresentation of the structure of these drug target proteins. And this may be a result of the traditional detergent-based methods that are used to extract these proteins from the cell in terms of studying them. Now, NanoScene has revolutionized the way that we extract and study these crucial drug targets through the use of polymer nanodiscs, overcoming current limitations. Now, the advantage of our technology is the fact that it integrates into existing systems, simplifying the extraction of these target proteins, increasing the stability of the extracted protein, therefore increasing accuracy and reducing the analysis time. So in 2023, pharma spent a whopping $262 billion on new drug development R&D. And this is crucial because NanoScene has identified and are already in discussion with some key global players and customers with a particular focus on Europe, including Switzerland, as well as Northern America in the academic as well as industrial sectors. Now, on our road to success, some noteworthy achievements include the PCT patent filing of our core technology developed through our PhD research at Stellenbosch University, as well as an exciting partnership and manufacturing license with a leading biotechnology company based in Germany, as well as the official product launch at an international SMOB conference last year, October, in the USA. Now, with an extremely qualified and highly motivated team, we are ready to drive NanoScene to new heights. On our path to growth, we are looking to expand our capacity as well as our IP product portfolio, making NanoScene a leading polymer innovator and supplier through continuous R&D as well as contract research offerings. We seek partners, mentors, as well as funding to support us on this transformative journey towards global health research. And with that, I'd like to invite you all to join along on our startup journey, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions? Any question? For those online, any question?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I think we have also a lot of pharmaceuticals in Switzerland. How do you aim to benefit from the Swiss residency?
Yes, so we are particularly excited about Switzerland as we've identified a few academic collaborators, particularly in the Institute of Molecular Biology and Biophysics, Professor Lochner's group focusing on molecular dynamics, which we think we can benefit from learning their processes, but also introducing this nanotechnology to them. In addition to a biotechnology company known as LeadX Pro, which focuses on gene-to-protein production, which includes the production of proteins, particularly membrane proteins for drug discovery efforts. But currently they are utilizing the detergent-based method, the traditional method. So having discussions or potentially a collaboration with this contract research company would be extremely beneficial for us, learning from them, but also introducing this new technology and working together and making this the new norm in membrane protein research.
Thank you. Can you also say something about your competitors? Because I mean, the drug targeting is not a new topic.
Yes, absolutely. So in terms of our competitors, we've identified a few global competitors, particularly in the production of polymers for membrane protein research. So our strategic point is to partner with the leading producer and also, again, a contract research offering, which is Q Biotech based in Germany. Our next biggest competitor would be based in the USA, known as AIT-SASBI, supplying polymers, but also the competing technology. So we are currently in discussions with AIT-SASBI in terms of a non-exclusive licensing agreement. So that would position us on the global scale, having a partner in Europe, but also in Northern America. So that will allow us to expand our reach in terms of our branding, or in terms of our scientific expertise, while being able to focus on continuous R&D and added benefits of this technology, while our partners will take care of the initial manufacturing and distribution, taking leverage on their vast network.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay.
And I see Pauline also online had a question. So Pauline, maybe you can go first.
Yeah, sure. Thanks so much for this presentation. If you go on your roadmap to success, can you share more about where you are? What do you have right now? And at this phase, what are your needs that you think if you come to Switzerland Switzerland companies or partner can help you accelerate the process?
Absolutely. So we started operating mid of 2023. So we kicked off with quite a bang, partnering with our European partners in the manufacturing. So that has given the team a lot of motivation and energy to drive this new technology and expanding our forces. So we are currently operating under a 5-year technology development grant through the Wellcome Trust in the UK, which is essentially funding the R&D efforts within our research group. NanoScene is the official commercialization vehicle for any viable IP developed within our research. So this is a fantastic platform for us to utilize the resources of Stellenbosch University without having to undergo the expenditure of infrastructure and large equipment acquisition. So within the next 3 years, we will still be covering our R&D expenditure on this grant. But then after that, we will have to evaluate whether we will start looking into infrastructure for manufacturing or whether we will focus on a high value, low volume scale, which will then allow us to utilize smaller lab spaces. So yeah, in terms of our roadmap, we are currently in the dark blue section over there, which is one of our main focuses would be to expand our team capacity. So we are actually very lucky. We had a new intern join the team this week, a master's student. So we are slowly getting there. We definitely need some funding to expand the capacity, hands in the lab, and we have a lot of interesting plans to.
Thank you. Time up. Well done. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Up next is Mr. Brett Thompson, New Form Foods. Okay, good. Can we celebrate Mr. Thompson, please?
It's over here. Just waiting on the slides. If you don't mind pausing the timer. Or if you want me to keep going, I can. I can kick off if it needs me. Give me the thumbs, Mr. Bearded Man.
What's going on?
Yeah, can I start or do I?
Okay.
Blue screen of death. Excellent. How's everyone doing? It's like a long day, huh? I'm not going last. No vessel is, so it's not as bad. This one? Those guys, yeah.
This will take a minute to start up again.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to give you a little. I'm Brett. I've been working in the alternative protein industry for about 15 years now. This is not my pitch now, so you can't.
Okay, time up. Thank you.
Oh, you want me
Well
to go?
done.
There we go. Here we go.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
done.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, it's all right.
So I've been doing this for a while. Co-founder and CEO of New Form Foods. I started this company about 5 years ago. And at New Form, what we're doing is shaping tomorrow's food landscape by growing meat from cells without slaughter. So those delicious meatballs over there, they're made by us. They're made in our facility. The name of that lamb is Pecorino, and Pecorino is living happily in Cape Town while his meat has been consumed in Dubai, all throughout South Africa, and by people from all over the world. I think we've already discussed that the problem, we know what the problem is. The food system needs to change. And animal agriculture is the leading cause of destruction on this planet, and it's coming to Africa, and it's coming in factory farming. However, alternative proteins to date have not done enough to significantly shift the world's population away from an unsustainable animal diet towards a diet more sustainable. That's where cultivated meat comes in. Cultivated meat is the same meat, a better meat, a new meat, made with a fraction of the resources, but that tastes exactly the same. However, the industry I'm in is trying to solve a food manufacturing problem with a farmer-grade approach. meaning it's unable to scale at the moment and just too expensive. Luckily, there's us. And what we've already been able to achieve with our platform is a 10 times reduction in the costs due to our novel bioprocessing, as well as our proprietary food grade media to get the costs of muscle and fat that we harvest from animals and then grow to a fraction of our competitors. And now the cool thing is we're making it available through a licensed bio platform to the food and meat industry, a first for Africa. Just to give you a quick process of what this is all about, I'm also not a scientist, as you can tell. We take a few cells from an animal. That's Taurus over there on the left. We take those cells, we bring it back to our facility in Cape Town, and then within about 3 to 4 weeks through our proprietary process, we're able to harvest muscle and fats that combine to form a prototype product that we then license out to our customers. And here are the two products that we're offering at the moment. We're starting off with a prototype of 3 different species. Who likes lamb? Here we go. He definitely likes lamb. Who likes pork? We've got that too, and we've got beef. And the goal is to be able to make a bespoke cell line for any food or meat company on the planet. Maybe some from Switzerland, I don't know. And then once we've been able to achieve that for our customers, then what we have to do is scale. And that's where we utilize the cost leverages of being in South Africa, of reduced costs for our customers, to produce a 1,000 liter facility where they can get about a ton of meat per month. Yeah, of the time. So look, it's a massive market. I'm fighting $1 trillion industry, the meat industry. There's plenty of market share for all of us. Some of our competitors are doing some incredible stuff. What we're doing is very broad, but with very unique applications for the customers that we speak to. This is us, a team of very dedicated, including a bunch of scientists and engineers who aren't showing here, with around 50 years of experience in biotech and food industry. We've done a bunch of cool stuff, including a tasting first in Africa, a tasting in Dubai. And now what we're trying to do is increase the number of customers that we have. We've already got about 2 close to LOI in South Africa, and we're looking at Europe and the UK for our next step. So if you can help us raise $5 million, Switzerland seems like a good place to go.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
And Leo, sorry, that looks very much to your taglines. So
Questions, please. Questions, please.
If I may ask already from online, I mean, how is the acceptance of cultivated meat? I mean, it's not the same as the natural meat, right? So have you already also researched into that? I mean, I can understand about the bio-based products because to replace the meat, but I mean, if you cultivated meat, I could see the advantage, but have you already seen the acceptance of the customers?
Yeah, so we did the research about several years ago, which has been recreated. It's about 50 to 60% of consumers, when trialed, would consume it. What we are producing is a hybrid product that we're developing with our customer, who's actually not a consumer, it's a company. So the retailer is asking for a product that's enhancing plant-based. So that's actually the first step of what we're trying to achieve. And once we've been able to get that, then it can expand into more whole cuts of meat, chicken breast and steak, for example. But right now, what the consumer seems to be wanting is something that's an improvement using the cells that we grow to actually improve the plant-based components, ultimately making steak and chicken breasts in the future. If that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Okay.
Thank you so much for this presentation. The question I want to ask is about the viability of this. If you want to compare the price of buying natural meat and then this artificial meat, then also if you also look from the perspective of vegetarians, do you call this a vegetarian or what would you call it?
So funny story, I haven't eaten meat in 15 years. The only meat I've ever eaten in the last 15 years is our product. So I consider myself plant-based, but I will eat our product. But for the most people who are vegetarian or vegan for whatever reason, it's probably not for them. So we're not really interested in making it for them. The more ones that are interesting is halal and kosher, which is another question. I think from the perspective of the costing between conventional and our cultivated meat, right now we're way too expensive. I mean, we need to scale up 1,000 liters. We need to get to tens and 20,000 liters scale bioreactors to actually get to the price down. And then one of the key cost driver is that what we feed the cells, which is now 89% of what we do. So right now, some of our products are like, would be like 5-10 times more expensive than the conventional. But within 18 to 24 months, we expect through the reduction in the media that we feed it and the engineering components to actually get to price parity.
All right. Okay.
It's animal product. It's not. It's animal muscle and fat. So it's ethical, but I don't know if it's vegetarian or vegan. I mean, yeah.
Okay, so have you done a comparative proximate analysis of your meat with what's available in the market, or have you done any form of analysis so far? What's the result and what's your inference from it?
Can you clarify? I got 150 analysis like nutritional or?
Yeah, maybe protein content, fat content compared to what's available in the market, and what were the results, and what's your own inference from the results?
So it's nature identical. So it's the same. So it's quite difficult to answer that exactly. In terms of the processed product that we finalize with, which is a burger or patty, probably got low stuff like saturated fats, some of those things. Cholesterol doesn't have it. Protein, interestingly enough, we haven't really achieved this yet, but there actually are some of our competitors, scientists in China, for example, have been able to increase protein percentage in the content. So you potentially could choose for things that you want to optimize for and then remove what you don't. I've got a minute left.
Okay, Karen, please.
I am interested to know why you decided on starting with beef and not with a high value product such as rhino horn or maybe perlemoen or abalone.
So just for the record, Corin's been asking me that for 5 years. Okay, so beef we started because it was easiest. It was mammalian cells. We're all mammals. I don't know if some people, but all of us here are mammals, and it's quite easy to reproduce what happens in vaccines with us and with beef and cows and from the environmental components. And yes, rhino horn is very interesting. We've parked that for now, but we are working on not abalone, but a mollusk that's very close to it. So our goal, our market is actually to work with a seafood company that's one of our LOIs to actually go forward with a product like a mollusk similar to abalone. I'm done. Bye.
All right, well done. Thank you. We have about 3 more to go, but before we get into that, once again, I think we're getting tired. Please, can we rise? Let's rise. Let's stretch. Let's everybody please rise. Let's stretch, please. Let's rise, stretch your hands. Yeah, your legs. Stretch to the left, to the right. Yes, you can bend, stretch. Are we good? Is everybody fine now? Okay, good. We may be seated. Thank you. 3 more, then we're done. Quickly, Mr. Tyler, we need to introduce our reviewers, please. Would like you to do that. Mr. Tyler, please.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, so we are advanced, and there's still very good companies to come. So really, thank you very much already for all those having presented. But before going into the very last round, so please let me introduce you those people among us who are contributing massively to the success of this program and also of today's selection, our reviewers. So I would like to start with, he was here just a second ago, Professor Kolawole Olonade from University of Lagos, in absentia. Precious Isola from Eilimore, CEO and founder. Karen Eckstein, CEO and founder of InnoCircle. Stefan Hofer, business lawyer and partner of GHR Law Firm. Professor Simone Stürwald, professor at FH Ost, Eastern Switzerland. And on the screen, Pauline Körbel, CEO and founder of AfriProspect and She Equity. and Dr. Bino Carrara from EMPA. These are the federal labs of science and technology. So really, thank you very, very much for your time and for your interest to still continuing and contributing to this program. And so, yeah, we look ahead to the last, but certainly not least, 3 companies ahead of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Thank you. Up next, Health Tech, we have Mr. Ntobeko Sonkata. A round of applause for Mr. Sonkata, please. Proland Projects.
Proland Biotech is revolutionizing microbiology analysis for a healthier tomorrow. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ntobeko Sonkata. The recurring bacterial outbreaks in Africa raised some serious concerns and health risk, as it can be seen on the screen. This is just in the past 7 years. So what it is that, okay, the recurring bacterial outbreaks in Africa raised some serious concerns and health risk, as it can be seen. And these outbreaks are attributed to the lack of sufficient lab equipment or the exorbitant cost attached to devices used for monitoring bacteria and fungi, limiting access for most laboratories and researchers. This results in delayed test diagnosis, delayed test results, as well as treatment. In response to that, we've developed a compact device for monitoring bacteria and fungi. This device allows for both real-time and endpoint analysis, yielding quicker and more conclusive results, ultimately enhancing efficiency. Additionally, this device operates on minimal power, which is a real problem in most of Africa, making it suitable to be deployed in remote areas lacking constant access to electricity. This device has the capacity to ease the escalating challenges of escape antimicrobial resistance, a silent pandemic affecting both animals and humans. Our market territory focuses on sub-Saharan Africa and Africa, with a potential expansion. Africa exhibits substantial potential for an increased demand for microbial testing devices. The global healthcare sector is poised for a significant growth with an anticipated annual increase of 7.3%. South Africa is our first focus and target market, starting with the research laboratories studying bacteria and fungi, environmental scientists involved in investigating the influence of bacteria and fungi on the environment, as well as health practitioners responsible for diagnosing and treating infections. Currently, we're competing with the established international manufacturers, but our distinct advantage lies in the modular nature of the unit, making it expandable based on sample size. This scalability allows the unit to be within reach for various laboratory budgets. Due to simple and modular design, the unit is 50% more cost-effective than the current devices on the market. Financial profitability or break-even point will be realized in year 3. We are at a 6th stage. We just developed the prototype. Now we're looking for an investor to come on board and take us through commercialization. We are currently raising 500,000 euros. Proland Biotech is led by a group of executives who collectively have over 50 years of experience in research and innovation. Currently, we have strategic partnerships with Rose University, the Propeller Business Incubator, as well as in the East London Industrial Development Zone. Thank you.
All right, so move to questions. Questions online. Okay, Karen.
I see that your company is still very new and very heavy on technical expertise. When you raise your first set of funding, who will be the first person that you will appoint? And hopefully it's someone with lots of business sense. Who will you appoint first?
So currently we will just look for someone who will be running as a CEO, because most of the team are based on technically we're just scientists. So now we need someone who has business sense and who will take us into the market. And additionally, we're also looking for an engineer to come on board so that we can further enhance and improve the prototype.
Any question online, please?
Thank you for your presentation. I would be interested to know what you are expecting by your visit to Switzerland. How do you expect to benefit
Okay, coming to Switzerland for us to be an opportunity for us to learn and grow, especially with information sharing within the AI sector, because our interest is visiting the ETH storage, especially now that they've announced that, okay, now they've partnered with the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology and they want to be the global leader when it comes to artificial intelligence. So we want to come there, learn and grow, and then there will be information sharing in that space.
Thank you.
Any other?
Yeah. Hi. I have a question quickly. So you indicate that one of the future for your devices that is it's easy to use. What's the maintenance for this device look like? What would be the requirement for maintenance?
The slide. Please show the slides. Okay, so as we can see that, okay, we've built our device using open source hardware and 3D printed material. So for the only thing that we maintaining and keep on improving is the software. And then that will be doing it in-house because we have the expertise.
So would they need you to maintain it, or are you going to be connected with them remotely, with the user, whatever they are, so they can actually tap into your support remotely?
Pardon?
So you said it's going to be maintained through software, right?
No, I'm saying that, okay, what we'll be constantly maintaining on our device is the software. The way we'll keep on improving and updating it, because basically what we're going to have with our users, it's an agreement where they'll be using it and then we'll continue be taking data from them. We'll keep on doing checks and see where we can improve, because our systems are tailor-made based on the industry and the need.
Okay, thank you.
I think that'll be all. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Well done. We have to go. The next, number 19, FinTech, Mr. Gregory Andrews. Mr. Gregory, you ready? Thank you.
The majority of Africa faces a significant challenge. The inaccessibility of financial services among lower income communities, specifically the lack of access to credit and the lack of access to high quality savings and investment vehicles. Historically, Africa has shown the ability to leapfrog to digital solutions, and this is precisely what we're seeing in relation to mobile banking and blockchain technology. That's exactly where Tati Mali steps in. Tati Mali offers access to microloans using machine learning for credit assessment and supplying the loans directly on platform. It also offers fractional investment opportunities, reducing the barriers to entry for personal investment. Finally, it offers digital food vouchers to be used in-store at our planned partner merchants, reducing the risks associated with cash-based transactions. So it's gone. At the core is our Imalizar stablecoin, a fully fiat-backed South African rand stablecoin that ensures secure and highly cost-effective transactions and is exchangeable for a variety of mobile money solutions. The product is available in multiple African languages and is accessible via the native application, WhatsApp chatbot, and USSD, enabling access to users with limited data availability, as well as the vast feature phone user group. These slides are not working for me. In terms of sizing the market, we've identified a service obtainable market opportunity of $18.2 billion. Our business model is centered around transaction fees, service fees, and off-ramping fees. Ultimately, our revenue generation strategy focuses on transaction volume and long-term sustainability. Our go-to-market rests on three key pillars. One, establish direct on-the-ground presence within our target communities. Two, establish a variety of touch points with our planned partner merchants. And three, implement targeted digital marketing strategies focusing on SMS-based channels. In terms of traction, we have achieved significant product milestones, fully prototyping the entire platform, including the development of the Imalizar stablecoin. We have also ran 2 testing programs and found that the majority of our users were able to successfully obtain a loan in under 7 minutes on their first time using the platform. Finally, we've received funding through Ripple, one of the largest and most established blockchain organizations in the world. Our multidisciplinary core team are all pursuing a master's degree in fintech at the University of Cape Town and have specialized in blockchain through the University of Zurich. Our experienced advisory board includes specialists in business development, blockchain and technical, and investment. Our early stage financial projections indicate that we'll be hitting break even in around year 3. The first and second year focus on our initial pilot program and the commercialization of our product, for which we raised $350,000. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Questions, please.
Thank you, wonderful presentation. I quite agree with you that we need a lot of financing for our SMEs in Africa because they drive our internet economy. But my question is, so you mentioned a stable coin that is backed with the rand, and you are raising 20,000. So I'm asking, how are you going to get the supply to back this stable coin? And also, how are you going to convince the financial institutions to actually loan out money? How are you going to achieve financial literacy first for the people, and how are you going to convince the financial institution? Then I would like to know how you want to go about the supply for your stable currency. Thank you.
Perfect. So in terms of the backing our stable coin, we're actually going to use a fully fiat-backed strategy. So what we're going to do is we will have a banking partner, and for every unit of stablecoin on platform, we'll have equivalent rand in the bank. And the rand stablecoin is for our initial entry into South Africa. Once we expand into other African regions, we'll also be introducing stablecoins in those currencies. The second question was in terms of financial literacy. That takes me back to the go-to-market strategy. As you see, a key point in this strategy is actually establishing direct presence on the ground in these communities, where we engage with the communities and not only help them onboard onto the app, but educate them in terms of the importance of financial literacy, not just lending, but investment as well.
Do we have any other question?
Go
Online,
ahead.
please.
Yeah, thanks so much for the pitch. So one of the key challenge around lending, actually, it's not just about giving the money. It's about managing the payment. How are you prepared to take on the risk that comes with borrowing and paying back? So do you need some kind of license, or is this risk, handled by the bank that is going to be your partner? Over to you.
It's going to be our banking partner. And how we handle that is our credit scoring. So we're using machine learning for credit scoring. We look at an individual's how much airtime they use in a month, how much data they use in a month. And that gives an indication as to their credit worthiness. We also look at psychometric analysis. And essentially, we initially credit score the users. Then we profile them into high risk, medium risk, and low risk. And from there, we issue the loans to them.
This is being done in many countries in Africa, and the key challenge today is repayment still.
Oh, yes. In terms of repayment, we're also innovating in that space. We are introducing concepts such as nano installments. So, for example, if you take out a loan of maybe 100 Rand, you can actually repay that in very small installments over a 3 to 4 month period. So it significantly reduces the risk associated with one-time bullet prepayments.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
How do you, what is your target size or your target customer? Because you said that you will have a certain kind of credit scoring to identify the risk of the debtor of potentially defaulting. Now, when I think about local communities in northern Nigeria or in northern Ghana, I'm not quite sure if there's any credit record available.
That's a key aspect to our machine learning models. So a lot of our target lower income communities may not have formal financial history, but what they do have is access to a cell phone, and they regularly engage with telecommunications networks. So through partnerships with them, we can actually access how much data they use in a month, how much airtime they use in a month, to get an indication with regards to their income level. We also look at psychometric aspects, and that's how we create an alternative credit score from which we issue them loans, and then their repayment history on platform actually influences the initial credit score.
Yeah. How are you going to go about managing NPL? That's non-performing loan, because you have to factor that in. You would have that as a company. So how would we go about that?
Managing, sorry?
Non-performing loan. That is when you have defaulters, when people don't pay up at this scheduled date.
Yes. So if a person defaults on an installment, what we'll do is they'll receive a penalty. They continue to default, their credit score will drop. And if they reach a certain level of defaults, we actually blacklist them off the platform.
All right. You have one more?
Makes you different from other platforms, because a lot of people and a lot of startups are talking currently about tokenizing and fractional investments and
We understand the African market.
Sorry, your time is up already. Thank you. Please put your hands together. Yeah. Finally, number 20. Mr. Martinez Wessel. Is Mr. Martinez here? Oh, good. You're next. Can we encourage him, please? Yeah.
Right. We are all painfully aware of the enormous challenge plastic pollution poses to our generation. Now, bioplastics were developed to form part of this massively complex problem, but a growing body of evidence is suggesting that if left unaddressed, bioplastic waste will not only intensify the plastic pollution crisis, but it could disrupt our current waste management and recycling industries. I want to emphasize that this is not some problem that we're predicting far off in the future. The influx of bioplastics is already causing processing problems to existing waste management facilities, which forces these facilities to remove and dispose of bioplastics at an extra cost of $900,000 per year per facility. At Eurobo Biotech, we enable these waste management companies to valorize the bioplastic waste by using our enzymatic and microbial processes to produce fuels and chemicals from the bioplastics fraction. Essentially, we decrease the cost to these facilities while boosting their revenue generation. And we've made significant progress in our technology development, moving from a proof of concept in 2020 to reach a technology readiness level of 5 in this year. It's with an expected 300 facilities facing the problem of bioplastics in Europe. It's estimated that it costs the industry $270 million every year to remove and dispose of bioplastics. But there's also an opportunity to leverage this technology and develop a fully circular bioplastics recycling system. And working together with a group from SoftBank, a service obtainable market size of $335 million was projected for the recycling of a single type of bioplastic called PLA. Our business-to-business revenue model generates upfront revenue through the sale of process design packages to the waste management facilities, while recurring revenues generated through the continual sale of enzyme solutions, while also providing consulting services to these clients. Yes, there are a number of competitors in the international market, but Eurobo differentiates itself by offering a tailored solution to bioplastic waste management in existing waste management infrastructure. Our 4-year roadmap to commercialization starts in this year with the refining of our enzyme cocktail and swiftly moves to pilot the technology at a pilot facility in Italy, together with 2 of our commercial development partners. We're looking to raise $1 million to accelerate this early traction. And with our projected revenue projections, we are confident that we will be able to offer adequate returns on this initial investment. Myself and my exceptional co-founder, Dominic Richet, are guided by our advisors and grounded by our scientific team, as well as their 2 respective university tech transfer offices. We're also now part of the Station AI cohort in Japan, which offers us a range of different business support systems and also unique insights into the Asian bioplastics market. With this team, as well as our academic and commercial partners, Eurovo is leading the path towards a more sustainable bioplastic waste management industry. Join us on this road and become part of the Eurovo revolution. Thanks.
Okay, I'll go. Please, I need clarity in your solution. What do you mean by bioplastics, and why bioplastics? Why not the original plastics that are causing pollution and all of that? If you can give clarity on that. And I also need clarity on the relationship with your products and biogas. Yeah, thank you.
So bioplastics, a lot of people get confused about bioplastics. So bioplastics defines a broad spectrum of different plastic materials, but anything that is produced from plant materials, so plant biomass is used to produce the precursors used to produce the plastics, that is classified as a bioplastic. If it is biodegradable, a plastic that is biodegradable or compostable, that is classified as a bioplastic. And if a plastic has both of these qualities, it is a bioplastic as well. So even a PET bottle that is partly produced from biomass, so the ethylene glycol part is produced from biomass, that is considered a bioplastic, although it's exactly the same as a fossil-based plastic PET bottle. Our relationship with biogas. So essentially, we annex our process to anaerobic digestion facilities in Europe. We're focusing on Italy initially. We use the enzymes to break down the bioplastic fraction entering this facility. We send the hydrolysate to their existing fermenters, which produces biogas. And because we're pushing more of this substrate into their fermenters, it boosts their biogas production, with our preliminary results showing 50% increase in biogas production.
Yeah, so what's the market for? I know the market for biogas in Europe is really huge. I mean, I think in 2006, the generated like 60 million kilowatts from biogas. I know. But what's the sustainability for you? I mean, with biogas, I mean, with the fact that we have emerging renewable sources of energy now, do you think biogas would is the way for you? And so would you be able to serve the market? Would you still be able to serve that market in 10 years' time?
Yeah. So I think, biogas, the way I view biogas, it's probably just because that's the way I got exposed to it, is a waste management process. Yes, you produce energy from it, but it's a way of valorizing waste that would otherwise contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, contribute to landfilling, and so on. So and that organic waste in Europe and the world is not going away. That is going to stay there. And biogas is a good sustainable way of doing it. Problem is plastics into this waste stream, and it's causing problems. So I think it's a sustainable model for us.
Okay, another question would be, did you also think about how to separate bioplastics from the rest of the waste stream? Or do you just take care of the further treatment of the bioplastics?
Yeah, so there's quite a lot of work on the separation of bioplastics. These facilities, especially organic waste facilities, they are separating it at the moment, but they still have to do something with it. They're giving it to landfilling companies or incinerators, and they're having to pay a lot of money for that. So they are currently separating it, and we would essentially work on that separated, they call it sopravalio, over sieve, and then we would hydrolyze that, send the hydrolysate into the fermenters. In terms of like PET recycling, where there's also a lot of bioplastics entering, they use near-infrared spectroscopy to sort it out. It's highly efficient. It's quite expensive. There's only one facility in South Africa that implements it. And the other thing is, then you still sit with the bioplastics, and you still have to send it off to third-party companies. So we can valorize that extra waste stream and produce extra revenue for the company. That facility. Yes.
Yes, I just want to seek more clarification on are you recycling this plastic, or you are reusing them, or are you burning them? If you are burning, there is no doubt about it, there will still be a lot of residues. So the residue that is coming after burning, what do you do with it? And then also burning plastic, if you are burning it, because I'm not really sure, there are a lot of emission that is also coming out of it, which is also posing a lot of challenge to the environment. So this is just what.
So it depends on which setting we are implementing the technology. So in the anaerobic digestion setting, we are not recycling the plastic. We're allowing the facilities where they are already seeing this material come in, we're allowing them to produce their existing products from this material, which they would otherwise throw away. For PET recycling facilities that is seeing the influx of bioplastics, we would essentially recycle the bioplastic back into its original chemical components. And we can sell that either to be repolymerized back into virgin quality plastics again, or just as a chemical product, because it's essentially a high value chemical. Additives, and sorry, I'm not sure if I understood the second part. Additives and bonding agents and so on, it's a big problem for the chemical recycling process. There is a risk for the enzymatic recycling process for it.
Thank you.
Have another applause, please. All right, quickly, let me invite the Director, Entrepreneurship Center, a man who knows his onions, no doubt about it, Professor Sunday at DBC. A round of applause for him, please.
I think we can do better for this MC who has been standing in the last. Thank you very much for doing a very fantastic job. And I think for the startup, the 20 startup too, who have done justices to what they've done at the backyard to bring to the front yard. Can we put our hands together for them once again? Whichever way it is, each and every one of you is a winner today because you've done greatly well. And for the audience too, for listening, for still staying back after lunch and not sleeping, put your hands together for yourself too. So you've done a great job. So a very quick one, we're going to go on coffee break now, but there are some set of people that are going to move into some rooms. So, oh, sorry. Please, can we put our hands together for the jury? They've done an amazing job. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Thank you very much, the jury. So we will allow the jury now to move to the room at my left-hand side, where they're going to discuss, do some evaluation. While they start up, the 20 of you, you're going to move into the room, the breakout room at the right-hand side for a reflection group with Dorina Kuna. And you're going to be there with Dorina Kuna and I think Karen for some few minutes. While the rest of us will go back to have, if I've not had coffee break, you can go out there to have coffee break for like 10 minutes. Coming back to do voting too, I think maybe the jury will say allow us to participate in a way, but while the jury will be inside that room to go to do some evaluation and discussion of what they've done. So start up to this side, jury, okay? That's okay. Just hold on now. Wait for Eric. 1 minute for Eric.
Thank you. Before you leave, please, those among you, so thank you really, audience, fantastic. So thank you for coming. But if you stay longer, there is still a task for you. So we won't leave you without also working towards the success of these companies. And we would like to start a public vote after the tea break. Yeah, a public vote. And I would like to ask, as suggested by Adrian, the tech team, to present the slides that you can then get onto your smartphone, typing in the code, and then you can access the voting list. So we would be very happy if you would like to do that and contribute to your favorite of the presenters today that is really independent of what the evaluators, of course, then will decide upon. Please be invited to contribute to this public voting and tell us who is your favorite of today's competition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, start up this room. Judy, that room. Audience, go enjoy yourself outside. I will come back to vote. They can go to their break before they come. Okay, coffee break first, then if you want to take coffee out, and then just 5 minutes coffee break. 5 minutes, please. So please allow the startup first of all to have their coffee. Can we allow the startup first to have their coffee first? Have their coffee. Yeah, startup coffee first. 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes for you. Yeah. You come back. Startups, please go take your coffee. 5 minutes and you come back. Oh, yeah. Yeah, business guy, business guy.
Okay.
Hi, we can't hear you.
Yeah, so thank you for your patience. I hope the startup founders, you found this breakout session beneficial for you. So also to reconnect with some former participants of the program, and that you could exchange with them your experiences of today, and also receive feedback from them. So after a long day, it's getting serious again. So to conclude this day, I will start by announcing the winner of the public vote. And then the speaker of the reviewers board, Prof. Simone Stürwald, she will introduce the winners of today's pitch. So, of course, all these pitches and competitions are always very tight. It was a fantastic group today, very, very competitive, very highly qualified, and we are pleased so to have had you here and still have you here also tomorrow. So when listening to the public, there was one outstanding vote for one company, and that is NanoScene. So please do come forward. So congratulations. Yeah, and we have a small innovative present from Switzerland for you. Oh, great.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. We have to apologize. I think, as you already recognized, we also had some issues with the technique and the connection, but now we are there. It was a hard discussion, and I have to agree, Eric. There were outstanding startups. It was very amazing to see your work, where you came, where you are now, what you developed so far. And for the Swiss Residence Week, we chose in total 12 startups. Now I will announce who will be in for May 2024. Okay, so this is again, we agree with all the other voters. So NanoScene will also be in Switzerland in May. Congrats. Medsol AI Solutions will also be in Switzerland in May. Yes. Woo! Yes. Okay. So we can sum up here. I think Medsol was online. They are in South Africa. So New Farm Foods is also part of the journey. Congrats. Then we have Denova Food Labs. Go to Switzerland. Then from Nigeria, Yvette, Africa, you're in. Next is Iraka Biotech. Then there is, he was the last today, but last but not least, he's in Robo Biotech. The next one would be Global Health Biotech. A lot of biotech is in here. Then Alcoholics is to go to Switzerland. Then from Nigeria, and Tidami Energy Resources. I hope they are still following us online. There is Lupa from Rwanda, also part of the team. And then there is Leno Kids, the Ed Tech. So thank you very much. This is our team for the journey, for the residency in May in Switzerland. And we are so much looking forward to show you parts of Switzerland, to introduce you to many stakeholders, many interesting people there. I think we will tailor an excellent program for all of you, and you will have excellent benefits from this trip. We hope so. So thank you very much. And also thank you very much to all the others. You made amazing presentations. You have good products. It's not about this. We had to choose someone, and please keep on doing, keep on pushing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's take the pictures. Closing remarks, Professor Sunday. Thank you.
Come, Eric. Okay. Can we put our hands together once again for them? I know they are regretting, so let them take the pictures. Yeah. Made in Unilag and produced for Switzerland. Hey, look there. Yeah. Made in Unilag, produced for Switzerland.
Yeah, can we check together? 1, 2, go. Sweet. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Can we put our hands together once again for them? So before I pass the microphone to Eric to thank every one of us, I want to say I believe it's been an amazing day one. Thank you for everyone that waited till the end. Thank you very much. We have a dinner. At the dinner, we're moving to, I think we'll be moving to. Okay, so once we leave here, you can just, we walk down to the dinner, you can have the proper view of the lagoon front of the university. So we trek down there, you can see that. Let me hand over to Eric. Thank you very much for waiting to the end of this program. I know there are some goodies outside for you to pick, and we welcome you tomorrow by 8:45 a.m. For the last day. Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. It was really a pleasure. Such a fantastic welcome. Let me thank you again, the University of Lagos, for this wonderful welcome. A very rewarding morning visit to the Vice Chancellor. And thank you again, Prof, for keeping everyone in place during such long time in the morning. This is really an achievement. So thanks a lot. So we are at the end of this day. Many things happened. We have seen a lot. We have heard a lot. And so we are now, of course, apart now from relaxing a little bit this evening, also looking to day 2 tomorrow. So we go a bit more into content and we will welcome tomorrow Stefan Hofer, who is here in a double function. So working as a reviewer today and tomorrow as an input giver to a legally related topic. So thank you very much, Stefan. Could you probably stand up to show your not so tired face? So Stefan, thank you very much again for being here. And we will also hear about innovation in the construction sector by listening tomorrow to Prof. Simone Stürwald and Prof. Kolavole Olonade. So thank you very much, both of you. Again, Simone double function, reviewer plus lecturer tomorrow. So really, thank you very much. And Professor Rulogun, who will at the end tomorrow of day 2 talk about innovation and the Center for Entrepreneurship at the University of Ibadan, who is the co-host of this event. So thank you very much, really, for coming to Lagos and for being part of the team. So this is really very much appreciated. So what remains to be said is to wish you really an excellent evening. Thank you very much again for coming, and my big thanks really to you, Prof. Adebisi, Prof. Sunday, the University of Lagos, all the team involved. Thank you to all the staff outside who helped us so greatly to feel welcome here at this university and to help us discover, I think, for the most of us, a wonderful part of this world. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So we take the final picture here, every one of us. So we're going to start from here. So we have the startup, in this, a very beautiful picture. So the cameraman, they will go upstairs. So we're going to look at them. So all of us, we gather in here. I don't know whether we still have the judges online. Are they online? The judges, are they still there? We're supposed to take picture with them. Are the judges still online? Are they online? They're gone. Okay, so.
Prof, you want an international picture.
So yeah.
I
So
get
can
it.
we all come in there, please?
I get it. So everybody, please come. Photographers, yeah. You go up there.
Go up there and take this.
What a
So
view.
this way. Yeah. Eric. Yeah. So start up. So from this, like this. Yeah, to the front. Start off. Yeah. Like this in this circle. So you may have to, please, you may have to shift for us. Yeah. Like this. Correct. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Start off. So arrange yourself in your hands. Yeah, start up like this. No. Down. Yeah. So you are too strong. You can go to top. You can stay on the side. Yeah. On the side. Everyone, please. Everybody. Start up like this. Start up. Yeah. Yeah. Where's Eric? Eric? Where's Eric? Oh, okay, Eric. Professor Rulogun. Okay. Prof, come here. Yeah. Okay. need to dance with this attire. We need to dance together. So we're going to the swimming pool now for the apero for the dinner.